Belinda, can you turn up the volume? I can't hear it.
Physical hunger, or to exist in the grasp of American social neurosis, sterilization of the soul, and a full stomach. Yes, I have come a long way to nowhere, unwillingly dragged by that monstrous technical industrial giant called progress and Anglo success. I look at myself, I watch my brothers, I shed tears of sorrow, I sow seeds of hate, I withdraw to the safety within the circle of life, my own people. I am Cuauhtemoc, proud and noble leader of men, king of an empire, civilized beyond the dreams of Gachupin Cortez, who also is the blood and image of myself. I am the Maya prince. I am Netsuaul Coyotl, great leader of the Chichimecas. I am the sword and flame of Cortez the despot. And I am the eagle and serpent of the Aztec civilization. I own the land as far as the eye could see under the crown of Spain. And I toiled on my earth and gave my Indian sweat and blood for the Spanish master. He ruled with tyranny over man and all that trampled. But the ground was mine. I was both tyrant and slave. As Christian church took its place in God's good name, to take and use my virgin strength and trusting faith, the priest, both good and bad, took what gave a lasting truth that Spaniard and Esau were all God's children. And from these words grew men who prayed and fought for their own worth as human beings, for that golden moment of freedom. I was part in gold. I was part in blood and spirit of that courageous village priest, Hidalgo, in the year 1610, who rang the bell of independence and gave out that lasting cry, el grito de Dolores, que mueran los cachupines y que viva la Virgen de Guadalupe. I sentenced him for me. I excommunicated him my blood. I drove him from the pulpit to lead a bloody revolution from him, and me, I killed him. His head, which is mine, and all those who have punished this way, I placed on that fortress wall to wall for independence. Morelos, Matamoros, Guerrero, all the compañeros in the act stood against that wall of infamy to feel the hot gouge of lead which my hands made. I died with them. I lived with them. I lived to see our country free from Spanish rule in 1821. Mexico was free.
The crown was all gone, but all its parasites remained and ruled and taught with gun and flame and mystic power. I worked, I sweated, I bled, I prayed, waited sadly for life to begin again. I fought and died for Don Benito Juarez, guardian of the Constitution. I was he on dusty roads on barren land as he protected his archives as Moses did his sacraments. He held his Mexico in his hand on the most desolate and remote ground which was his country. And this giant little Zapotec gave not one palm's breadth of his country's land to kings or monarchs or presidents of foreign powers. I am Joaquin. I rode with Pancho Villa, crude and warm, a tornado at full strength, nourished and inspired by the passion and fire of all his earthly people. I am Emiliano Zapata. This land, this earth is ours. The villages, the mountains, the streams belong to Zapatistas. Our life, or yours, is only trade for soft, round earth, all of which is our reward, a creed that forms a contribution dare live free. This land is ours, Father. I give it back to you. Mexico must be free. I ride with revolutionists against myself. I am the Morales, coarse and brutal. I am the mountain Indian, superior over all. The thundering hoof beats are my horses. The chatter of machine guns are death to all of me. Yaqui, Chamula, Zapotec, Negrito, Español. I have been the bloody revolution, the victor, the vanquished. I have killed and been killed. I am the despot, Diaz and Huerta, and the apostle of democracy, Francisco Madero. I am the black-shawled faithful woman who die with me or live, depending on the time and place.
I am faithful, humble Juan Diego, the Virgin of Guadalupe, Totantzin Aztec goddess too. I rode the mountains of San Joaquin. I rode east and north as far as the Rocky Mountains, and all men feared the guns of Joaquin Murrieta. I killed those men who dared to steal my mind, who raped and killed my wife. Then I killed to stay alive. I was a feo vaca, living my 9 lives fully. I was the Espinosa brothers in the Valle de San Luis. All were added to the number of heads that in the name of civilization were placed on the wall of independence, heads of brave men, died for cause or principle, good or bad. They dared to face the force of tyranny, of men who want deception. And the fat political coyote, I of the same name, Joaquin, in a country that has wiped out all my history, stifled all my pride, in a country that has placed a different weight of indignity upon my age-old burden back. Inferiority is the new road. The Indian has endured and still emerged to the winner. The mestizo must yet overcome, and Yachupin will just ignore. I look at myself and see part of me who rejects my mother and my father, who dissolves into the melting pot to disappear in shame. I sometimes sell my brother out and reclaim him for my own when society gives me token leadership in society's own name.
I am Joaquin, who bleeds in many ways the altars of Moctezuma. I stained the bloody red. My back of Indian slavery was stripped crimson from the whips of masters who would lose their blood so pure when the revolution made them pay. Standing against the walls of retribution, blood has flown from me on every battlefield between campesino, hacendado, slave and master in revolution. I jumped from the tower of Chapultepec into the sea of fame, my country's flag, my burial shroud with Los Niños, whose pride and courage could not surrender with indignity. Their country's flags to strangers in their land. Now I bleed in some smelly cell from the club or gun or tyranny. I bleed as the vicious gloves of hunger cut my face and eyes as I fight my way from stinking barrios to the glamour of the ring and the lights of fame or mutilated sorrow. My blood runs pure on the ice-caked hills of the Alaskan Isles, on the corpse-strewn beach of Normandy, and foreign land of Korea, and now Vietnam. Here I stand before the court of justice, guilty for the glory of my raza, to be sentenced to despair. Here I stand, poor in money, arrogant with pride, bold with machismo, rich in courage, and wealthy in spirit and faith. My knees are caked with mud, my hands calloused from the hole. I have made the angle ridge, yet lengthen the line of the welfare door, and fill the jails with crime. These, then, are the rewards a society has for sons of chiefs and kings and bloody revolutionists who gave a foreign people all the skills and ingenuity to pave the way with brains and blood for those hordes of gold-starved strangers who changed our language and plagiarized our deeds. As feats of valor of their own, they frowned upon their way. They took what they could use. Equality is but a word. The Treaty of Hidalgo has been broken and is but another treacherous promise. My land is lost and stolen. My culture has been raped.
Our art, our literature, our music, they ignored. So they left the real things of value and grabbed up the destruction by the greed and avarice. They overlooked that cleansing fountain of nature and brotherhood, which is Joaquin. The art of our great senores, Diego Rivera, Siqueiros, Orozco, is but another act of revolution for the salvation of mankind. Mariachi music, the heart and soul of the people on earth, the life of the child, and the happiness of love. The corridos are the tales of life and death, of tradition, legends old and new, of joy, passion, and sorrow, of the people who I am. I am in the eyes of woman, sheltered beneath her shawl of black, deep, and sorrowful eyes, that bear of pain of sons long buried or dying, dead on the battlefield or of barbed wire of social strife. Her rosary she prays and endlessly. Her rosary she prays and endlessly, like a family working down a row of beeps, turn around and work and work. There is no end. Her eyes, a mirror of all the warmth and all the love for me. I am her and she is me. We face life together in sorrow, anger, joy, faith, and wishful thoughts. I shed the tears of anguish as I see my children with tears and the shroud of mediocrity. Never to look back to remember. I am Joaquin. I must fight and win this for my son. Part of the blood that runs
I don't even know how to do that. What?
I defeated them after 500 years. I have endured. Part of the blood that is mine has labored endlessly for 400 years under the heel of lustful Europeans. I am still here. I have endured in the rugged mountains of our country, and I have survived in the toil of slavery in the field. I have existed in the barrios of the city and the suburbs of bigotry, in the mines of social snobbery, in the prisons of dejection, in the muck of exploitation, and in the fierce heat of racial hatred. And now the trumpet sounds. The music of the people stirs the revolution. Like a sleeping giant, it slowly rears its head to the sound of trampling feet, clamoring voices, mariachi strains, sorry tequila explosions, the smell of chile verde, and soft brown eyes of expectation for better life. And in all the fertile farmlands, the barren plains, the mountain villages, smoke-smeared cities, we start to move.
La raza.
Mexicano.
Español.
Latino.
Chicano.
Or whatever I call myself. I look the same, I feel the same, I cry and I sing the same.
I am the master of my people and I refuse to be absorbed.
I am Joaquin. The odds are great.
So my spirit is strong.
My faith unbreakable.
My blood is pure.
I am Master Prince and Christian Christ.
I shall endure and I will endure.
Thank you, Belinda, and thank you to our book club for doing that, for all your patience. Thanks. A lot of them were practicing how to recite a poem, so we were teaching them how to do this. Next, we have Oak Meadow, which is going to present for us today their curriculum and some of the really great tools they have to offer us homeschoolers. So I give you the floor.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your time with us today. Oak Meadow was founded in 1975, and we provide a flexible Waldorf-inspired education for independent learners from preschool all the way up to grade 12. Our book-based curriculum can be used independently by homeschoolers or through enrollment in our teacher-supported distant learning school. Our approach is compassionate and student-centered because we believe that children are sensitive and intelligent and that learning can be joyfully integrated into daily life. Oak Meadow's curriculum aligns with rigorous academic standards, but it can be customized to meet students' interests, skills, and learning styles. My name is Ezra, and I work as a school liaison here with Oak Meadow, and I'm presenting along with Dee Dee Hughes, who is here as our curriculum director. I'm going to pass this over to Dee Dee, and she's going to take it away.
So if I had to use 3 words to describe Oak Meadow, here's what I would say: comprehensive, creative, and choices. So as we go through this little presentation and we go through the grades, hopefully you'll see why those words are particularly apply to Oak Meadow. So we have, it's a print curriculum from preschool all the way through 12th grade. We have comprehensive grade level packages. So you can buy everything at once if you want, or you can buy things piecemeal and use different curricula or mix and match grade levels, whatever works for your family. It was designed right from the start for homeschoolers. So we want everyone to feel like they can open it up and look at it and go, I can do this. It's just like, that's what Brenda said in her talk, which was kind of neat. She's like, if I can do it, you can do it. And that's what we want people to feel when they open up our curriculum. There's a lot of creativity that's combined with the academics. All through the grades, you will see that. It's kind of a hallmark of Oak Meadow because we feel like it's really important to not just address the child through their intellect, but also through their creativity, through their imagination, treat them as a whole human being and not just a brain. It's customizable. We have lots and lots of assignments in every course, and that's so that you can kind of pick and choose and find ways that your student can explore the material or demonstrate their mastery in ways that really speak to them and interest them and fit them. We also weave in real world connections as much as we can. There's a lot of community building in our curriculum. A sense of earth stewardship is a really important part. And then we have this commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion that we have been working on for years, and this work will continue for many years to come. So now we're going to tell you just a little bit about each of the grades. So we have a brand new preschool program. It's a full year. It's play-based. It's organized around the months of the year. So for every month, you will have stories and songs and games and recipes, all kinds of activities to choose from for that month. The students they'll develop their social emotional skills. It's a foundation for their language skills, all the cognitive and physical skills that they will need as they grow. These are coming in through the preschool activities. And then we also have parent topics throughout the program so that you have some information on how to manage transitions or how to set up a good rhythm for your day and all that sort of thing to help you be more successful. So in kindergarten through 3rd grade, all of the subjects are in one course book. There's a resource book that goes along with it that has the stories that you use, but all the subjects and the assignments are in one book, and this is written to the parent. There's also a health program called Healthy Living from the Start, and that is for kindergarten through 3rd grade. So you use it 4 years in a row, and each year there are different activities to do around the topic. So you can see here some of the topics that are included in the kindergarten subjects, and I just wanted to tell you about a few of the activities that we do for each of the grades so you can get a flavor of what it would be like to use Oak Meadow. So one of the things that the kindergartners do is they make puppets, and then they use them to retell the stories that they've been hearing. And this is a really wonderful way for them to not only develop their their language skills and communication skills, but also to understand story sequencing and identify themes and relationships and develop empathy. So that's just one example of how we come at these academic topics in a creative way. In first grade, one of the things that the students learn is knitting. And this is really wonderful for getting them ready to write because it develops hand strength, it develops dexterity and small motor skills. So they're making these really sweet little projects, a little pouch and a little pillow and things like that. But at the same time, they're actually working on skills that they will need as they start to read and write. In second grade, one of the things that they're studying in social studies are the oral traditions of Africa. So students create a book of family stories, their own family stories. And this is a really wonderful way, not only to give them a sense of belonging, but also to help them understand how history connects the past to the present. And that's just one example of some of the things that they do. In grade 3, we have students learning how to tell time with an analog clock and learning about measuring time. And so when they're doing that, they actually create a sand clock and a sundial. And so these are really wonderful, like hands-on ways that they can experience how time works. And at the same time, they're building something that is an actual historical, traditional way that people use to keep time. And in grade 4, things change a little bit because up until now, all of the subjects have been in one book and that's been written to the parent, but students at this age are ready for more independence. So the English, social studies, and science are now in one book that's written to the student. The math is separated out and that is still written to the parent because some really important concepts like fractions and long division are introduced in the grade 4 year. So we want the parent to really lead with that one. But the rest of the main course book is written to the student, which is really wonderful for them in terms of taking helping them take more ownership of their education and feel like they have more of an active role in it. One of the things that they learn in grade 4 is perspective drawing. And this is something that it's a time when a lot of students are starting to lose confidence in their drawing. You know, young children, they love to draw and they are happy to draw anything. And when they get a little older, they start to look at their drawings and realize they don't look quite right. So they lose confidence in it. But students really will continue to use drawing in their academics, in their math. They'll be doing geometric drawings, and social studies, they'll be drawing maps, and science, they'll be drawing diagrams or botanical sketches. So by teaching the children this perspective drawing in grade 4, it gives them confidence again and builds up these skills that they will continue to use. So that's just a really quick picture of preschool through 4th grade. Now I'm going to hand it back to Ezra, and she's going to tell you a little bit about 5 to 8.
Thank you, Dee Dee. In 5th grade, English and social studies are still combined, and this is to create parallels between these two subjects, but science and math have been separated out. And this allows for students to pick and choose. If they're studying a grade ahead or a grade below, we want them to have the ability to mix and match and really be working on what is right for them. We have amazing activities with each of our subjects. We have tin lanterns and quill pens, making your own homemade ink to practice your cursive writing in US history. And then in science, the students will make a wetland model experiment. And this is to test hypothesis and to understand an ecosystem, diversity, and also energy conservation and what the environment is giving to us. Now in 6th grade, all of the subjects are going to be separated out, having their own course book with a teacher manual. The students will be working on calligraphy and mosaics for ancient civilizations, which includes the history and geography, the government, religion, and philosophy, art, and technology innovations. Flower dissection and creating a compost will happen in basic life science. And in math, they'll start to work with two-digit divisors and dividends of less than 1, percentages and ratios, really building their math foundationally to head towards high school. In 7th grade, in world history, they'll start to develop a global perspective, and the students will start to learn about industrial revolution, civil rights, and modern technological advancements. They'll design a memorial. Starting in 7th grade, we have science kits, which coincide with our earth science and then continue into 8th grade. In earth science, they'll work with variables and controlled experiments. They'll make a homemade barometer. And the projects are very much student-led. So at this point, all of the curriculum is written to the student as it starts to in 4th grade and continue on to 5th, 6th, and 7th. And as we head into 8th grade, we see students really owning their work. They will create a collage of positive news in civics, examining local, national, and international governance. They'll analyze Supreme Court cases. They'll explore media influences and what that means to their life. And they'll make connections to current events. They're going to continue with really fun projects in science. They'll create a Archimedes screw using experimentation to explore the principles of physics. And in math, they're going to transition to textbook base, which is in preparation for high school math. So students will choose between Saxton Algebra Half or Saxton Algebra 1. And we're really giving you a snapshot of what is available in each grade level with our curriculum. So if you feel like we're going a bit fast, it's because we wanted to put in as much as we could in the 15 minutes that we have with you today. So I'm going to pass it back to Dee Dee, who's going to take us through high school.
So in high school, we have a full range of courses. I don't have a list of them here because we took out that slide trying to keep our time down a little bit, but you can see samples of all of our curriculum on the website. You can actually download a curriculum sample from each grade, and it gives you the first few lessons of the course so that you can really get a sense of what's covered. It shows a table of contents, so you see the whole scope of what's covered, but then also a few lessons so you see what it would actually be like to use it. So we encourage you, if you're interested or curious, to go on the website and download a few sample lessons. The high school courses are standards-based, they're rigorous, they're A to G approved, which is important for anybody who lives in California. We have both full year and single semester courses. The single semester courses are nice. They're usually the electives, which are a lot of fun. And it's not, I think it's helpful for students to kind of have a mixture of full year and single semester courses, because a single semester course is less of a huge commitment. And so then they get to try something else for the second half of the year. We have lab sciences that are especially designed for home use, and they have lab kits with them. That's biology, chemistry, and forensic science are our lab sciences. And then just like in K through 8, the high school courses, there's a big variety of assignments, choices for students to make. So again, they feel like they have some agency, they have some say in how they're going to explore the material and demonstrate their mastery. They're also student-led projects. And again, that's a really wonderful way for them to feel like they are making meaning. They're doing something meaningful and purposeful with what they're learning, and it follows their interests. It comes from them, which is nice. And a lot of the projects have a real world element, so they're actually applying what they're learning to something practical in the world. And then we have teacher editions for all of these courses that help the parent to support the student in what they're doing. So that's a really quick snapshot of all of our courses. I just wanted to talk for the last couple slides about some of the ways that we support students and parents. So for the K through 8 courses, there's an assignment checklist at the beginning of each lesson. So you can see at a glance what is included in that lesson. And then you can prioritize what you want your student to focus on first. And they won't be doing all of the assignments because there's a choice. So you can kind of circle the ones that are the priority. And then after that, the student gets to pick what they want to do for the rest, kind of fill it in, and they check things off as they go, which is a nice way to help them feel that sense of accomplishment and progress. There are learning assessments at the end of each lesson in K through 8, and that gives you these the skills and targets that you're looking for in the lesson, and it helps you track the student's skill over time, whether it's, you know, developing a 5-paragraph essay or, you know, whatever the skills are. Those, it's like little checklists at the end of the lesson. So that's a really nice way to, you know, help make sure that everything's on track and to notice where students might need more help. In high school, the lessons begin with learning objectives. So again, that helps focus the attention on what the student, the skills that they're gaining. There are curriculum resource links for our courses. So on our website, let's say you're taking grade 6 ancient civilization, there's a list of the online resources that we refer to in the printed course book. So you can just bookmark that page and quickly access the different online resources that are included. And there are materials lists in the books, which helps you kind of get prepared and with everything ahead of time. We have lab kits available for the lab sciences in grade 7 and 8, and then those high school courses. And then there are craft kits as well for the early grades, which just you know, collect a bunch of craft materials that the students are likely to use in the assignments, and just have it all in one place. Or you can purchase everything individually. And then we also have weekly planners, one for students and one for parents. And it's a really great way to get students involved in you know, keeping track of their work and good time management skills and that sort of thing. So as for parents, we have, as we said, we have the teacher manuals. We also have a free living education magazine. It comes out twice a year. You can sign up to get that on our website. We have our wonderful educational counselors. So if you're using Oak Meadow, you can call the office and speak to an educational counselor anytime, and they're happy to talk to you about, you know, if you have questions about the curriculum materials. We have a free college webinar series that's open to anybody. You can sign up on the website. We have virtual information sessions. If you want to learn more about Oak Meadow, you can sign up for one of them. We also have newsletters that come out for anybody who's homeschooling. You can sign up, and it's a wonderful collection of different resources every month, different ideas and inspiration. So as I said, you can see the curriculum samples on our website, oakmeadow.com. And then we have tons more resources. If you go on the click on About Us on the website, then you'll see the FAQs and resources. And there's tons of stuff to support you in your homeschooling, because we just want everybody to be successful no matter what curriculum or what path you choose. So that's about it. Thank you so much for letting us take this time to tell you about Oak Meadow. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ezra. There's a question in the chat. Somebody's asking, does Oak Meadow have a Spanish curriculum? I believe there's Spanish classes, is that correct?
Yes, that's only in high school, and actually it's for enrolled students. We don't sell that for families independently, and we don't have any of the materials for the younger grades in Spanish right now. I know it's something that we have talked about and people have asked for, but right now we don't have that.
Thank you so much.
You're
Does
welcome.
anybody else have any questions that they would like to ask Ezra before she leaves? This is your opportunity, but she'll be back tomorrow as well.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to spend the time with all of you. Thank you, Dee Dee. Thank you, Gisela. And thank you everyone who signed on. This is such a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you. We look forward to seeing you again. And I sent everybody who registered a copy of some of the information of Oak Meadow. I will send it again with a follow-up and with a recording of the conference as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ziti and Ezra. And next we have Clarissa. She's joining us from HSLDA and before our first talk. So welcome, Clarissa. I finally get to see your face. So if you could just
Can you unmute yourself? Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. I'm really blessed to be here. My name is Clarissa Colon Laparo. Thank you for inviting me and HSLDA to be a part of your conference. I just wanted, before I tell you about HSLDA, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I was born in New York City. My mom was born in Caracas, Venezuela, to a Venezuelan mom and a Puerto Rican dad. My dad was born in Puerto Rico. They both emigrated to the United States when they were children. When I was 12, we moved to Puerto Rico, and my dad still lives there. So I get to go visit him at least once a year, which is wonderful. I'm proud to say that I am Boricua. I was brought up with a strong understanding of my Hispanic roots, as well as a good appreciation for my American nationality. We Puerto Ricans have something special going on. I don't know if you guys, if some of you are Puerto Rican out there. In one moment, I can be fiercely proud of being American and from the land of the free and the home of the brave. And the next minute, you can find me crying as I see the flag of Puerto Rico being represented at the Olympics. I love arroz y habichuelas, pernil, tostones, alcapurrias, piña coladas, salsa music, making pasteles de yuca with our children. And in my opinion, no one sings En Mi Viejo San Juan better than Mark Anthony. I'm also a homeschooling mom of 4. We started in 1999. So I like to tell people, we started in the last century. I started homeschooling. My oldest right now is 30. We have done the dual enrollment thing, and 3 are already done with college and married. I have 4 grandchildren. They call me Abella because they can't say abuela yet. Lexi, who is 3, says she's Puerto Rican, which is a riot. We adopted our youngest daughter from Guatemala when she was 18 months old. She's now 17, and one day we hope to go back to experience the beautiful land of her birth, but she has also taken the Puerto Rican culture as her own. My husband, who is Italian American, also loves our Hispanic flavor. I became an educational consultant with HSLDA after successfully graduating 3 of my 4 children. And I've been a high school Spanish teacher in addition for 20 plus years. I've taught lots of homeschool groups. It's been wonderful. I have a real love for homeschoolers in that age, that teenage age group. One of the reasons I partnered with HSLDA with my educational background was because they make sure that every family here in the US has the freedom to pursue homeschooling as a way to educate their children. And because of these beliefs, we've made it our goal to tirelessly advocate for the right to homeschool in courts, legislatures, and anywhere else we can make ourselves heard. Ultimately, we are here to empower and encourage homeschooling parents as they seek to teach their children in a way that celebrates their uniqueness and nurtures their love of learning. In short, our mission is to make homeschooling possible. Although homeschooling is legal in all 50 states, not everyone is friendly to homeschooling or aware of its benefits. And we kind of feel that no homeschoolers should have to do it alone. And that's why we partner with donors to come alongside courageous families seeking to continue their children's homeschool journey despite financial difficulties, medical emergencies, or other challenging situations. By offering grants through our department called Compassion, we try to help cover the cost of things like curriculum and school supplies. We help make sure that homeschooling remains possible for these precious kids, even during hard times. In Compassion, we recently launched a grant curriculum program for Hispanic members called Becas in response to the need that we see. We have found that many Hispanic parents are not able to afford the appropriate curriculum for their families. And by applying for this program, we are trying to help them meet this need. Recently, we have begun to aggressively outreach to Spanish-speaking homeschoolers. making sure that they understand the law in their states, and that most importantly, that they realize that they are not alone in their journey. We have resources and translators in Spanish as needed. When you are a member of HSLDA, you have access to legal questions and protection. You have access to our consultants, which I am one of. For example, we have the pre-K to 8 group, which will help you get up and running with all of your, how do I do this homeschooling, questions with this stuff with my kindergartner. Then we have our special needs consultants, which are very important as well. They will help you if your child has dyslexia or dysgraphia, if they have attention deficit disorder, or is gifted, or your children need an individual learning plan. And then I'm in the high school group. And so we like to say, think of us as your high school guidance counselors. You can come to us with questions about planning high school. How do I make a transcript? And guidance for after school, such as help with college admissions documentation reviews. We help steer you where you should go if your child is involved with NCAA, or if your child wants to go into a military academy, or what should you do if your child wants to go into a trade school. We can help with all that kind of stuff. We offer, of course, bilingual help and translation for members and accessibility to 2 ebooks, develop a high school plan, and simplify record keeping and transcripts. Members also receive a discount on HSLDA's transcript service as well. And if they want to do it themselves, we also have free member-only transcript forms and transcript reviews. Members also receive discounts at the HSLDA Online Academy. And if you sign up for a course and use the code AC Laparo, you will get $30 off of your registration. That's ACLOPARO.
I'm sorry, it's AC.
CLOPARO. It's all one word.
Can you
And
repeat that? Sorry, can you repeat that,
Sure.
Clarissa?
Sure. That code is ACLOPARO. AC Laparo. So if you use that upon signing up from your registration with your after signing up your kids for the classes, you can receive an additional $30 off your registration. We hope that you will consider joining us and becoming a member with HSLDA as help when you choose to homeschool. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. I hope that this conference is very successful. I love Chicago. I wish I was there in person, but thank you very much for asking us to be a part.
Thank you, Clarissa. It was great to meet you, and you're welcome anytime. So thanks again. And I will share some information with them as well that post the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Okay, next we're gonna have Monica. She's gonna introduce our next speaker.
Hi everyone, I'm Monica. I'm an unschooling mommy in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm really excited to introduce and welcome Adriana Alejandre, who's the founder of Latinx Therapy. She's a trauma psychotherapist and a speaker from LA who specializes in serving adults who struggle with PTSD and severe traumas in her private practice. Adriana's mission is to create spaces to spark dialogue about mental health struggles and strengths in the Latinx community. Through Latinx Therapy, she has won awards through serving the community, including with a directory of Latinx therapists, a podcast, and mobilizing therapists for the community in the aftermath of crisis, such as coordinating therapists for the community in Uvalde. I invite you to read her full bio in the program and check out latinxtherapy.com, where there is not only a directory, but also super helpful resources on how to choose a therapist and other mental health resources. Welcome, Adriana. I love following you on social media, and I'm super excited you're here today.
Hola, Monica, and hello, everybody. Thank you so much. It is quite an honor to be here and to be learning so much. The poetry, everything has been beautiful. I've been sitting in. So I'll go ahead and share my screen and we'll get started. All right, here we go. So For today, we're going to be talking about breaking the stigma of mental health and getting the help that you need. So let's go ahead. You heard a little bit about me. My pronouns are she, her, hers, ella. I graduated from UC Santa Barbara in 2012 and from Pepperdine with my master's. And I am licensed only in the state of California. And something that is interesting and I think also harmful for our community is that our boards only allow us to see clients in the states that we are licensed in. And typically that's one state. With the pandemic, they've been able to be a little bit more, some states have been able to be a little bit more flexible and waive either fees in order to create more access for areas that do not have access to bilingual therapists. It is still a struggle. You heard what I specialize in: trauma, dissociation, and anxiety among adults in a one-on-one setting. I'm the owner of a clinical practice, and here is my team here. We are all Latinas. I founded Latinx Therapy in 2018 to create more access to resources, to knowledge, education, and information about mental health. And I founded my nonprofit, Alejandre Foundation, in 2021. We're still in the works of logistics stuff, but essentially it is going to be a therapy fund where we will provide stipends to folks who are uninsured and or don't have access to therapy services. So they'll receive 8 sessions. We'll pay the therapist $100 a session because we also want to be sure that we fund the clinician for their time. And I'm a wife and a mom. All right, I want to give a brief land acknowledgement, very important for me. I acknowledge that my offices, the one I'm currently on, are on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Tongva land. Most, if not all, of Los Angeles is on Tongva land. We recognize and respect the land of the Gabrieleño and Tongva people who continue to live on this land. And you can find out which land you are on native-land.ca. That isn't an ad. I generally just think it's important for us to know whose land we are on. So let's talk about what is mental health. And this is a definition that I modified from the World Health Organization. Mental health is psychological, emotional, spiritual, and social well-being in which an individual can balance their limitations, can cope with normal stresses of life, such as meeting challenges, and have a good relationship with others. And when I think about that definition, that's overwhelming as it is. So there's good mental health and there's poor mental health, right? And so we strive for good mental health or a balanced mental health. It's inevitable that we're going to experience stressors and have stressors in life, regardless of the age that you are. Children experience, good and poor mental health as well. So we'll be talking more about what to do and the red flags. So let's learn about what therapy is. Excuse me. And maybe in the chat, if folks can share, if you know what therapy is, and if you don't, you're not really sure what it is. So therapy is a confidential space with a trained mental health professional where feelings, thoughts, and emotions and sensations can be explored without any judgment. My apologies. Therapy can be preventative and it does not have to be for rock bottom moments. So I think culturally, typically, we have been conditioned to believe, and even through the media, that therapy has been for moments when we are in crisis, when there is a severe mental illness that is very visible. But a lot of things that get talked about in therapy are actually invisible. They're not really seen, especially within our community. We have this tendency to persevere and to put a brave face, right? Just keep going. That survival mentality, that's more normalized and okay than expressing ourselves. And so therapy is for the expression. Now, confidentiality laws are in place to protect what the person in therapy, the client, is sharing. There are 4 exceptions, and these do range from state to state, but typically these hold up. So if somebody reports of child elder abuse or abuse on someone that is considered disabled, then these are protected populations and a report would be made. Any suicide, homicide, or terrorism acts are also reportable. Now, there may be in some states some clinical judgment that has to be made depending on these, but typically these don't stay in the therapy session. They are, there may be a report, but all else outside of that, like if you talk about substance use among yourself, right? Not reportable. If you talk about, that you just have sometimes passing thoughts of harming yourself, that's not going to be reportable. So if you have any questions about that, feel free to ask me. I'm not going to be your therapist, right? So you're welcome to ask, to consult, like, hey, is this something that I can disclose or feel safe about disclosing? And I'm happy to help folks to feel comfortable. All right, so here are some generational myths that are actually cultural barriers specifically. Los hombres no van a terapia, eso es cosa de mujeres. Men don't go to therapy, that's women's stuff. And it doesn't translate that well to English, but this is a myth and a cultural saying, something that is so common, unfortunately, that we hear, rooted in machismo. Mental health conditions, though, do not discriminate, and they impact everyone, regardless of gender, regardless of anything, really. Age as well. En mis tiempos, la depresión no existía. In my days, depression never existed. You don't choose to have depression. It is an illness and condition that is genetic, situational, and momentary. So depression has always existed. It's just that back then there wasn't enough information or access to resources that allowed the communities to normalize and allow really depression to exist. People, especially, our parents that come from immigrant backgrounds, are typically in that survival mode, financial survival mode, that there is no time when you're in that mode to really focus on emotions. So this is a myth. The el que dirán, what would they say? What would they say if you're in therapy? Well, something that you can say for yourself is that you're breaking generational stigmas and desire to become healthier, because that is what therapy is about. It is breaking the stigmas. It's breaking patterns that have been passed on. Here are some other myths that harm mental health and help seeking. So whether you get to ask for help or choose to ask for help, all you need to do is pray and talk to God. And that one is rooted in religion, right? Where they can't both coexist, but they can. Both can be acceptable. And unfortunately, a lot of times we come from family members that believe that we're just not doing enough spiritually or through our religion to help ourselves. You're too depressed. You're too young to feel depressed. There's also this notion culturally that children, as long as they have food and roof over their head, that they should be okay, that they don't need anything else. They just got to focus on school and that's it, they're good. But there are so many emotional needs that children, again, anyone regardless of age, still need. So again, depression, anxiety, trauma, it can impact anybody. There's the statement of eres malagradecida, malagradecido. Dale gracias a Dios, a tu papá, a tu mamá por lo que tienes. You are ungrateful. Give thanks to God or to your parents for everything that you have. So this comes up a lot with our clients when they express that they are in therapy. You are so ungrateful. What have we done? Where did we go wrong? You have everything. What else? What could be going wrong in your life? Even I have heard of documentation status. You have papers now. What else do you need? Right? So there's a heavy focus on external factors, that as long as we have external factors set, our internal stuff should be all right. But again, that's a misconception and not true. There needs to be a balance of both things. Crying is for the weak. In our culture, typically vulnerability is not seen as a strength when it really is. And crying is actually the same thing as coughing. When we cough, right now, you were trying to hear me clear my throat, right? That is a bodily need that It just needed to happen. When we cough, maybe it's because of an illness or we have something stuck in the throat. When we have emotions, they can get stuck in our body. And sometimes we just need to cry to clear them a little bit more. There should be relief that we experience from crying. So again, another misconception that has been normalized in our community. The it's all in your head notion. It's absolutely not. It's in our hearts, it's in our bodies. And mental health is not something that we can just think away. It is something that we have to process and work on. So if you have any other myths or harmful statements that you have heard, things that you want to break away from, perhaps, please drop them in the chat so we can hear about them. All right, let's do an activity. And it's, maybe you've heard of it. This one's really popular online, the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So just where you are at, go ahead and describe or notice 5 things that you see. So I'll say it out loud, but you're welcome to say it either out loud or just mute it, please, or just in your mind. So I see art, un corazón, an elephant, a lamp, and my phone. Okay. I hope that was 5. Go ahead and feel 4 things around you with different textures. Now, if you'd like to stand and walk to an item that you're curious to touch, that's all right. Go ahead and do that. So let's touch 4 things with different textures. My phone, this chair, this, and I have a chain here. Okay. Go ahead and notice 3 things that you hear in this moment. So we'll sit in silence for a few seconds and just notice 3 sounds, whether that's from here, from yourself internally or externally. Okay. And go ahead and smell 2 things near you. I don't really have too much around me, but okay. And describe one, or notice for this, presentation, notice 1 lingering taste in your mouth, whatever that is, without judgment. So with this technique, it really helps us to just get grounded in the present moment. And oftentimes, maybe if there is that survival mentality, we're often very much in the future or in the past. If there's unaddressed things, right? We're in the past or in the future and rarely in the present. So this one is just a big reset button or technique as a button that helps us to just get grounded again in our present moment using our senses. The next level from this that I like to do and that I welcome you all to do is determine which one of these 5 senses is the strongest for yourself. For myself, I really like to feel things versus, visual, sightseeing. I think the movement is helpful for me, but the strongest one for me is the textures, because I also feel temperature and that helps me to get further grounded. So whichever sense is your dominant one, I encourage you to create more activities based off of it. And this is a great one to do with our children as well. Okay, so I'm going to go to the chat before I go into red flags. I had a much harder life than you, so you really don't have anything to be sad, upset about from older family members. Therapy is for white people. La terapia es para locos, right? Yeah, therapy is for crazy people. Uno no anda hablando de sus cosas privadas. Yes, yes. So yeah, there are a lot of harmful statements that, again, like live with us, even though we hear them or once or time after time, they will have long lasting effects. They will condition us. They will create a narrative in our mind and prohibit us from seeking help or expressing ourselves, both. So thank you all for sharing. And you've used this method to help your child with the meltdown. Yeah, using our senses is just a very powerful thing that's directly connected to our nervous system. So let's talk about these red flags and the signs. Also, this is a brain that I created. I drew on the Procreate app on the iPad, and I'm very proud of it. So, all right. So in terms of red flags and signs, you might notice in your child that there are changes in sleep or eating patterns. And these are signs when it's time maybe to seek professional professional help. You're maybe hearing or noticing more consistent nightmares that they're experiencing. Excessive clinginess. This can happen, as they're also getting older. So, but it's, your child, something that is different or an alarm that hits you inside, like you'll be able to notice. And again, if you have any doubts, therapists typically offer free consultation. So you can also ask in the free consultation, this is the behavior I'm noticing. Is this normal, or is this something to look into? Because sometimes it is normal. Sometimes it's developmental. Noticing that they are changing for others. So obviously all of these depend on age, or most of these depend on age as well. But sometimes we get parents that notice that, hey, I noticed that if I say like, oh, I don't like red on me, they're starting to just completely reject the color red on themselves. They're not feeling as confident, or maybe it's their body language. You notice maybe that they have a hard time concentrating in conversations with yourself, with others, or in material that, homeschooling, school related. Masturbating often. So this is a big sign of anxiety, and masturbating is normal even in children of all ages. But when it is consistent and public also, it could be, it's typically a sign they're trying to relieve themselves. They're trying to de-stress. And so this is when it's time to, redirect or talk to them a little bit more, or again, seek professional help. When there's unaddressed mental health in family history, that's also an indicator where or a sign where therapy can be beneficial. If you're noticing hair picking or skin pinching, even with teens, like it could be the zits or the pimples, they're just doing it a little bit too much, that can be a sign of stress. And we even see that in adults, in ourselves, if we notice that we're picking our skin or pinching or applying pressure. Rubbing as well is something. Depression in children is commonly seen as irritation. You might not notice the sadness as you may notice within ourselves as adults, but it's typically seen as children being very irritable. They're just constantly irritable. And the biggest red flag is a drastic shift in their personality. And this is very subjective per the child. You can't compare two children to one another, two siblings to one another. You just have to notice if what they're doing now is different from how they were before, slightly before. And if you have any questions, happy to answer. So now let's go into red flags for yourselves as adults. You might notice that you're experiencing consistent, intense fatigue, tension, or some heaviness in the body. Getting sick often without medical reason. So maybe there's no one necessarily sick around you, but your immune system is down. That can be a sign that there is stress. Stress is connected to our immune system and can get us sick. Self-medicating, perhaps with a little too much wine, alcohol, or substances. This can also be a sign that, hey, maybe you're coping with these external factors because there's something else going on, something you got to talk about. You notice that you might be avoiding places, you cry, but you don't feel that relief. Believing that you're going crazy. Sometimes we just have that thought, like, it just feels like I'm going crazy here. Your environment might be too toxic, or it's dysregulating you. You're experiencing concentration difficulties or thoughts that are unorganized. You're noticing also sleep or eating changes that are not like you. You don't speak kind. You don't have that internal dialogue that is kind towards yourself. And you notice a change in moods. So there was a question, clinginess increases with age, question mark. It depends. It could definitely depend if, for example, if a child has separation anxiety, it could, especially if the separation anxiety is increasing. It could depend on what's happening in their life. Are they changing from, community to community, or are they adjusting to some new environment? But it can also be from age 3 to age 4. There's no changes going on. It's just the child is growing up, and clinginess could be their sort of form of communicating that they need more connection, or attention of some sort. So it depends on the situation, but that can happen. It can decrease with age as well. Okay. Oh, for adults as well, you feel like you're a burden to others, where you just feel like I'm a bother, so I'm just going to stay to myself. And, maybe that can be light or very heavy, but any of these can be indicators where therapy could be beneficial. And I have this is actually from my content, and I have the link here. I posted it a long time ago, so hopefully when you get the deck, you can copy and paste. So, sorry, the pictures are there. How can we care for our mental health? And when I say our, I do mean for yourself and also for your children. Identifying and expressing, communicating communicating maybe that you need help, asking for help, communicating your emotions to someone that you feel safe with. It's important to talk about mental health with yourself and with those around you. For your children, for example, can you identify what it is? And can you, for yourself, identify how you cope? I do recommend creating a list or journaling about how you cope. Do you cope differently with different stressors or in different contexts when you are in front of parents versus when you are in front of your children versus when you are in front of friends? Just finding different ways to cope with different problems is helpful. Model the coping patterns that you do have, the healthy ones. It's very common for all of us to carry unhealthy and healthy coping patterns. So if you model the healthy ones, especially, it's going to be more beneficial especially for the little ones. It's important for us to practice mind-body interventions to prevent our nervous system from being on high alert all the time. With parenting, you're not only taking care of yourself, you're also taking care of little ones. You're working all the time, right? Your nervous system is on just all the time. So being high alert is more normal, but model that coping. Just like with the technique that I showed you, the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, engage with it yourself if you enjoyed it, and also invite your children. Sit with the emotions, learn to sit with the discomfort of feelings. A lot of times we want to avoid the discomfort, not think about it, not feel it, right? But learning to sit with our emotions brings a lot of benefits in the long run, because we're able to learn how to cope through them instead of running from them. So with this, you want to give yourself permission to actually rest. When you have downtime, you don't want to be doing downtime while also working on something else, maybe that you are behind on. So learn to carve out time for yourself in your schedule where you can just rest and be doing things that bring you joy and being vulnerable. So with this, I wanted to note that it is also important to learn developmentally appropriate ways to disclose emotions to children. For example, when I experienced a family trauma in 2017, I was crying. There was no way that I could hide that. And I noticed my son, he was 7 at the time, and he noticed. He would ask, he would be concerned. So I did my best to not make that situation scary. I remembered thinking back to my childhood when my mom would cry, it would always feel very frightening because she wouldn't tell me what was going on. And there were other times where she would just tell me way too much of what was going on. And so I grew up to become very anxious and fearful in life, and still am. So for my child at that time, I learned to talk to him about what was happening, but in a way that wasn't frightening. I would say, there's a lot of stress in my life right now, and my body just needs to cry it out, and I'm going to feel better. Give me 10 minutes, or I just need an hour. I just need, etc. Right? You don't have to worry. I'm going to be okay. And that's what I did. I kept my word. And sometimes if I needed more time, I just went back and I'm just like, I just need a little bit more. I'm almost there, but I just need a little bit more space, or whatever that was. So why seeking therapy is important. So it allows us to identify patterns, behaviors, learn healthy coping skills, and to gain self-awareness, okay, to process a lot, so much more. I'm going to go through these resources very quickly. So here are some podcasts that I definitely recommend. Some free support groups from NAMI and Mental Health America and low-cost mental health support, along with some directories, 3 directories that I definitely recommend. I think there's more growing, but these are the 3 that I know about. These are some therapy funds. We're doing our best to get up and running, but the Loveland Foundation is for Black girls and women. Brown Sister Speaks, they provide therapy funds. Mental Health Liberation is also new, created by inclusive therapists. Dark Beauty Healing has been providing therapy funds for a long time, and Asian Mental Health Collective. All right, so I don't know if we have time for the Q&A. You will have this deck. Well, I did send it, so I'm pretty sure you will be getting it. I encourage you to visit the website, latinxtherapy.com, to find a therapist. If you have any questions, here is my email. You can follow us on all these channels, plus YouTube. We provide content in English and in Spanish in our, in our podcast as well. Okay.
Adriana, they are asking about donations, and yes, you have a nonprofit as well where people can donate, for those who are unable to afford a therapist. Is that correct?
Yes. So we will be fundraising throughout the year through the nonprofit Alejandre Foundation. The link is in our bios on Latinx Therapy. Folks can donate, and then we'll open the application in September. But to be honest, for this year, we're probably only going to be able to provide 3 stipends because we're just, we're not known yet.
Yeah, thank you. And if anybody has any questions, please ask. The reason I invited Adriana, and just like Monica said, I've been following her for a while. I see this, we just came out of a pandemic. Even though a lot of us homeschoolers aren't isolated, some of us probably had to isolate. I know some families here that couldn't really see anybody or haven't even been doing a lot of things because they have somebody that has a pre-existing condition. They don't want to get sick. So it just affects your mental health. And also, even though a lot of our kids don't go to school, we may have children that might experience certain emotions or depression and things like that. So there's 10 more minutes. So if anybody wants to ask any questions before we move forward.
Yeah. So we have, how can we support our kids to develop healthy intercultural identity? I'm thinking more on prevention of future problems. So healthy intercultural identity. Well, I guess if you can specify what you mean by intercultural. And Erika, maybe you can unmute yourself. Okay. So yes, being like bicultural, right? Gotcha. So I think representation is something that's really important. Oh, no problem. Representation is something that's really important. As you probably already know, like having items in the home that represent both cultures. What are the values that you want to pass on from each of these cultures and emphasize on them? How can you educate, right, on each of these values? It's very difficult. I think we also have to talk about the kind of side effects of growing up with different cultures with our children, and trust also that our children are going to choose, to identify more stronger with one over another. And that's going to be a little bit out of our control. That's something that gets really difficult. But I think to develop a healthy cultural, bicultural identity is to talk, normalize, include the values of both of the cultures. And one thing that I do in my family when it comes to topics like this and mental health is we have monthly meetings right now. Since we've been in the process of moving for a bit, we haven't really had them, but they've been so helpful to just give space to their emotions. Like what can I do as a mom to be better for you? And so giving space for grievances, giving space for these questions, like, how are you feeling, these last couple weeks? What's been going on with you? Anything you want to share? You can integrate identity. I noticed, for example, with my child, I noticed you watch a lot of American shows, shows that have white identifying people. What do you like about them? And how do you feel about the others? So just being very curious as well, learning and seeing how you can integrate some of the other traditions or identities, but really it's going to be all on them in the future. You've had a difficult time finding therapists for your son, especially someone Latinx and accepts insurance, Georgia. Well, it depends what insurance. So the thing I think that's important to know about insurance is that every therapist has to apply to a certain insurance panel. So let's take Anthem Blue Cross, for example. That's pretty national. Blue Cross Blue Shield, whichever one. For example, if I wanted to accept that, I would have to apply to Anthem Blue Cross HMO to accept it. And then if I wanted to accept the PPO version, I would have to apply to Anthem Blue Cross PPO to accept it. If I wanted to apply to Aetna, that's a separate company, separate application, Optum, etc. So it is very time consuming and lengthy to apply to so many. So even though a therapist may say, I accept insurance, you always have to ask which ones are you in network with, so that you don't get charged right afterwards when you sometimes it's because the names are so unique that gets overlooked. So it's really important to have that. But if you can share maybe the insurance you have, I know very few therapists in Georgia. Dr. Sofia Aguirre, for example, might accept some. Blue Cross Blue Shield. Okay, yeah, that one's going to be a tricky one just because there's not that many specifically Latinx. So the best advice I can give to you is to call the number on the back of your card and request for Spanish speaking therapists. There's going to be white identifying, other cultured people identifying that speak Spanish as well. But from that list, you might be able to find someone that is, Latinx and call them. But they're going to probably have a wait list. What else? Yeah, calling that. You can also ask them to filter by therapists that specialize in children. And if they have the cultural background identifying, you can ask for that too. Sometimes they'll only have it under Latino or Hispanic. Nobody's accepting clients. You'll keep trying. You're also open to Black therapists, but they have wait lists. Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, there's going to be less, Latinx or really Black, Brown, Indigenous identifying clinicians in Georgia and many of those states around there. But I would encourage you to look also in the directory and see. And then you can also actually Google nonprofit mental health organizations in Georgia and see if any of those are offering free sessions to children. I know here in California, we have a few that offer free therapy specifically to children. There is a wait list, but it's better to get them on soon. Excuse me. So many of us likely grew up either hearing negatively about LGBTQ people, or that subject was ignored or silenced. How do you recommend we talk about it or share resources with our children so that they feel like it is not bad if they identify as LGBTQ? So I think with that is also normalizing, right? Like, how much do they know about the community? I would just open that up. I like to also ask my niece and nephews and my son when we're driving, because they're all around the same age, like, what do you know about the LGBTQ community? What do you know about gay people? What do you know about the term or lesbian identifying people? because most likely they're hearing this either in media or at school, or, well, I know, sorry, we're homeschooling. My niece and nephews go to schools. So district schools. So yeah, I think just opening up and being curious as well about that, any subject that you want. And then if there's shows, being mindful of also how, like, if there's, for example, women kissing on the screen, like, what is your reaction to that? As long as it is, age appropriate, right? I think that it can be something that's normalized. Reading books, right, that have LGBTQ families, creating that diversity can happen in the home as well. Many people are also not aware of EAP, Employee Assistance Program, through their spouses, employers that often offer 6 to 12 free. Yeah, here it could be like 3 to 12 free mental health sessions. Program names can be Magellan or ComPsych. So yeah, Magellan, that's only if it's Magellan EAP. And ComPsych, I haven't heard of. Maybe I've heard of it, I'm not sure. But check out if you have medical insurance, if they offer EAP. That's Employee Assistance Program, and therapy can be covered under that. Thank you for mentioning that. What's the difference between Latino and Latinx? Latinx and Latine are inclusive terms for folks that do not identify as masculine or feminine, just a more broader term of Latino. I haven't found POC. I'm going through Psychology Today. The reason why I didn't mention Psychology Today is because there's some potentially racist things that go on with them. Like they have a magazine, and I'll tell you the tea, okay, really quickly and respectfully. They have a magazine, and for a long time, many Black, Brown, and Indigenous clinicians, providers have asked them to be more inclusive of the folks that they are highlighting or featuring, right? Because they're all white, blonde hair, blue-eyed, light-skinned, white people, and they don't care to necessarily change it up. Instead, I remember after a petition, they put an emoji instead. So there's a little bit of stuff going on with them. Okay, everyone. We still have a couple minutes, so if there are more questions, I'm happy to answer, or you're welcome to email me. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing the screen. It's been a pleasure being here with you all. I'll stay on if there's any more questions in the chat for the next couple minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Adriana, and for all of this great information, because I had no clue about calling my insurance and seeking a therapist. And I've been guilty of some of the things that you mentioned. I have a 13-year-old that's going through some changes, and of course it's not easy. And sometimes I try to get her out of thinking that way, but I do listen to her. So thank you for, I need it as well. All of those good tips. So yeah, if anybody has any questions, please you can put it in the chat. But right now I do want to introduce another person. She's a person that I met a few months ago and had the pleasure of talking to. Her name is Marimed, and she's from the company We Are Rooted, and she's going to talk about her product and how it can benefit, this really good learning tool can benefit our homeschooling families. So welcome, Marimed. Thank you for being here. And there's also going to be a chance for a giveaway. So if you're registered, your email should be in our Wheel of Fortune type of thing. Thanks, Marimed.
Yeah, let me see if I can share my screen. But before that, hi, I'm very happy to be here. like Isela said, we met a few months ago. I'll tell you more about the business, but it was so interesting to see how more homeschooling families were part of our customer base. So it was very interesting to me to learn more about the homeschooling community, and I found a great resource with you guys. So I'm very excited to be part of the conference. I'm going to go ahead and share a presentation. So I can share a little bit about Rooted. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Okay. Great. Can you see the screen? Okay. So as I said, I'm Marimer Maldonado. I'm the founder and CEO of Rooted. A little bit about my background. I was born in Puerto Rico and I moved to the States in 2009, so almost 13 years ago. I moved here for school. Then I had all these years of professional career in marketing. I also have a 6-year-old girl, Victoria, and I'm married to Mr. Hilker. So not a Latino. He's actually from here, from Chicago. So somehow I ended up moving to the States and raising a bicultural family, which was always a challenge for me because I don't have family nearby and I haven't been in strongly Hispanic communities that can help me with my daughter. So it was always a challenge for me. So my family roots are in Puerto Rico. Curious to hear if you want to type, where are you from? What do you call home, or where would you describe your family's from? We'd love to see that later. So I'll tell you how. Delete that one slide. I'll tell you how Rooted started. So one day during the pandemic, I'm doing activities with my daughter. My daughter was never homeschooled. As I said, this is new to me. Because of my career, she was in daycare since she was 4 months old. So I didn't have a lot of time with her to do activities, which was so unfortunate. I ended up leaving my job 2 years ago, right before the pandemic, and that really gave me an opportunity to spend more time with her. During the time, one of the days that we are doing activities, I decided to do a map of Puerto Rico and a flag of Puerto Rico with rice and colors and different craft elements. And after that, we watched a YouTube video that explained more about the flag. And right after that, we finished that flag and that map. It was the first time that I heard my daughter saying, "This is my flag. This is my country." Before that, she would refer to Puerto Rico as mommy's country, the country that we visit where abuela and abuelito are, but never it was referred to as hers. And it was just a click for me how giving her the opportunity to make her own flag, not only the flags that we have in the house, but giving her the opportunity to do this activity, teaching her about the flag and the colors and the history was just a big moment for her that made her feel very proud about her roots. And it made me think, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one raising a bicultural kid or a kid that is, I want them to be connected to their roots. And that's what I learned by talking to other people and really getting to know more communities, more Latino communities. We are so proud of our roots. And we want our kids to be connected to that heritage in a special way. And honestly, we're raising the next generation of Latinos in the United States, and we should keep our culture alive. It's our responsibilities as parents to keep that culture. And there are a lot of things that we are already doing. We celebrate our heritage through food, music, our traditions. We go back home when we can. But there are a few pieces that could be missing when we think about our plan. We struggle with consistency, right? We celebrate Christmas, but then February comes and there's no special tradition and it slows down a little bit. So how do we keep consistency in our message? There are no easy resources available. At least that was my experience when my daughter was growing up. I think that there are more and more resources nowadays, but at least when I started my journey, it was hard. It's a lot of trial and error too. You get a resource, you buy a book, and you hope that it's really gonna be the right translation in Spanish or the right story that really speaks to our culture. There's a lot of rejection from kids from the minority culture, right? I don't know about your experience, but personally, there are times that my daughter would say, "No, we're not talking about Puerto Rico today. Like, stop that today." Both parents have to be involved, and because of COVID, it was very hard to go back to visit or family to come. So putting together educational content to inspire kids to learn and love their family roots felt like something very close to my heart and something that I could do for other families. And that's how Rooted was born. It's a subscription box with educational activities so kids can connect and learn about Puerto Rico in a fun way. So what's included in a box? We always have an educational booklet. That's the center of the box where we pick a theme for that month and we build all the content around that. This is the box for April, where we were talking about Earth Day. So we talked a lot about nature and geography, flora and fauna. We also have always a flora and fauna card where on the back of the card, you have a lot of fun highlights about a specific animal, plant, that is very kid friendly. We have a recipe of the month so we can cook with our kids. And then we include 3 to 4 activities, crafts, games, puzzles, any item that's Puerto Rican. All content is bilingual, so we can also support language development. We know that so many families want to teach our kids Spanish. So this is another opportunity for families to practice language. And it's designed for kids 3 to 8 years old. That's the average, the range that we're seeing in our families that are subscribing today. The little ones might need more help. The older ones can work more independently. So I want to give you some examples of, how does this come to life? At the on one side, you can see one of the pages of the booklet. You might not be able to read, but you get an idea of how it works. This was a page from our June box where we talked about our flag. The flag was designed in June back in 1891. So we talked about the flag, and then we had some Puerto Rican crafts that were all about the flag. They did a hanger for their door. We had a beach ball. We had some bags with the flag. So again, everything connecting. On this box, we also talked about the beach. So that's why we had the beach ball. So it made sense. Another example, on this one, we had a game. So you can see that farmers market, we were talking about agriculture in Puerto Rico and how our farmers market back in the days and how it transitioned to be supermarkets. So a lot of history, a bit of geography and talking about agriculture, and then a game. In this case, the idea of the game was to use your dice to pick different produce that will go into their basket. So you can practice the numbers in Spanish, you can practice the fruits and vegetables in Spanish. So it's a combination again of playing the game, learning, and then practicing Spanish. This one was for April. Talk about the Mes del Planeta Tierra. We talked about forest and the different type of forest. El Yunque might be a forest that's very popular if you hear about Puerto Rico, but we also have dry forest, mangles. So this was an activity, an educational craft where kids could do their mangles. And we talked about science and geography and more topics, also beyond from Puerto Rico, right? Just in general, what are the different type of forests? And then we went into details of some of the forests that you can see in Puerto Rico. We also do a lot of crafts. I talk about the flora and fauna card. So we had this cotorra where you get all the materials, and to the right you make your final cotorra. Another way to practice Spanish is that we told kids, you can put it around your wrist, and you may know that cotorras repeat everything they hear. So play like a cotorra and keep repeating words in Spanish or whatever you're saying in Spanish, or in English, you can say in Spanish. So again, a fun way to encourage practice in Spanish. And I talked a lot about the booklet. So beyond the educational and history and geography and all those topics, we always include some activities where they can practice vocabulary and introduce new topics. So this one was an example from the farmers market where we talked again about produce and vegetables. And then for Thanksgiving, we talked about your different, your table manners or your utensils, so you can practice some Spanish words. Because we really want to make sure that kids are seeing this as an educational box. Every 3 months, they complete a new level where they get a diploma and a magnet with a different theme. So level coquí, level cotorra, level maga, different items are related to Puerto Rico. So they see that progress and they feel that sense of pride for what they are learning. And here are some reviews or comments from the parents that are currently purchasing the box. I picked these ones because they were related to homeschooling. The crafts are our favorite part so far. Everything that we needed is included. It's a great addition to our homeschooling journey. I am beyond impressed. You're doing a great job, sharing the Puerto Rico roots. It feels like I'm back in elementary school in Puerto Rico learning history, which is exactly what we want kids to feel like. This is like a fun school at home. So I'll stop sharing for a minute. I have more examples that I can share beyond the presentation. Or any question that I can see from the chat. Oh, yeah, we would love to get to the point where we can offer separate boxes for different age groups. We are not there yet, but that's definitely something that we want to do in the near future. And we also want to expand to other countries. Obviously, Puerto Rico was an easy one for me, but I know that it's not only Puerto Ricans. There's so many Latinos that would love to incorporate more information about their roots. So we'll get there in the near future, and I would love to share more when we are ready to expand. We talked about a giveaway, so I'm going to share back the slide so you can see the information for the giveaway. Give me a second. Okay, well, first, our website, wearerootedbox.com. So most of we started as a subscription structure where you sign up every month. You can prepay for 3 months, 6 months for a better price. It auto renews. We always send an email, so it's going to auto renew, and you can decide if you want to continue or not. But we also have a one-time shop, no subscription required, where we have prior boxes that you can see, or some smaller activities, individual activities, so you can pick and choose separate activities. Right now, if you use the code SHIPFREE, anything that you buy subscription or from that shop will have free shipping. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. We always also try to share tips and resources. Our Facebook accounts and Instagram accounts are We Are Rooted Box. If you go right now and you share our latest post, which is all about homeschooling, I'll keep an eye on that, and then I'll do the giveaway among those that are sharing either on Facebook or Instagram. And if you have any questions, recommendations, my email is info@wearerootedbox.com.
Okay, so are we ready for the giveaway? I'm going to share my screen. Thank you so much, Marimet. And I think you would have really appreciated one of the presentations from a representative from HSLDA, their National Homeschooling Association. And she's Puerto Rican, and she talked about being Puerto Rican, and she said sometimes she gets teary-eyed when she sees something on TV. And I just remembered one time when I first met you, you said how an athlete was representing Puerto Rico. She decided to represent Puerto Rico. She was from New York, and she was wearing the flower, the national flower of Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did an activity with the flower because it was so special for us.
Yeah. So that was, I wish maybe I could connect both of you, so you guys can talk. She was born in New York City. And so very good story as well. And sometimes I feel that Puerto Rico, of course there's a lot of Mexicans here, but a lot of times Puerto Ricans have been here very long, and they're underrepresented, I think, in the Latino community. So thank you for being here and doing what you do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
So I am going to share my screen and our first giveaway. So I'm gonna spin the wheel and see who wins. Or We Are Rooted box. Okay, the Marta Angelica. I will write it down, and I'm going to send it to you, Marimet.
Great, yes.
Yeah, so she's a lucky winner. I don't know if she's here. I know several people registered for the event, but they're out of town or they're doing something else, and they're gonna get the recording. They registered to receive the recording. So I will notify her. Thanks so much. Okay, so I'll stop sharing, and our next speaker will be introduced by Miss Silvia. We'll introduce our second speaker. So Silvia, are you here? I think I saw you. Maybe not. Okay, so Silvia, okay, I thought she would be here. Okay, I thought she was here, but I will introduce our next speaker, and he is his name is Dr. Kerry Taylor. He's actually we go way back. When I was in college, I worked with him, and both of us, he inspired me a lot, but he's always been very into a lot of social justice issues, causes. We work together, and he would always invite these great speakers during some of our events, a lot of professors. We go way back. He's in South Carolina now, and he left Indiana to pursue his master's and then a PhD, and has always fought for a lot of social justice issues, and with a lot of people who are vulnerable, unfortunately, in this country. And Kerry, you also helped a lot of immigrants, which was very inspiring. He built a house. Well, it was already there, but he resided in a house, and they took in a lot of immigrants. Is that correct?
That's right. It was the Cesar Chavez house.
Yes, yes. So I will give the floor to you. So thank you for being here.
Of course, Gisela. And hey, can I share my screen?
Yes, you can.
Okay, cool. Let me just make sure I can do this first. Almost there. Good. Thanks for your patience. How does that look? Does that come across? Okay. Yeah. Great. Well, thank you so much, Gisela, for that generous introduction, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. This is really an honor to be with Latinos Homeschooling this afternoon, and over the last year or so, I've really enjoyed learning about the great work that you're all doing, and I even had the privilege of being part of one session with the Chicago area group that Gisela is part of. So I have some sense of all the great things you're doing, and it's very good to be here via Zoom all the way from Charleston, South Carolina. I have three basic objectives for my comments. And the first thing that I was I'm hoping to do is to ground the work that you're all doing in a historical context of the social movements of the 1960s and 1970s. And specifically, I'm thinking here about the civil rights movement and the Latino movements of the 60s and 70s. And in a lot of ways, I believe this is the tradition from which much of your work descends. And I think it's an important and proud history, and it needs to be much better understood and more widely shared. So that's kind of the, really the first and the main thing that I'd like to do. Second thing that I want to do is spend a little bit of time discussing the more immediate historical context for the work that you're doing. And I think in that context, it's presented all of us with some great opportunities for teaching and learning, but I think there's also some challenges that we need to attend to as well. And hopefully that'll lead into the third part of what I hope to do, and that is, our time permitting, I want to hear if you have any questions, and possibly get a little bit of dialogue generated. So first, I want to start in Mississippi in the summer of 1964. And Mississippi in the 1950s and 1960s, civil rights activists referred to it as the closed society. It was widely regarded as the most segregated, the most racist, and the least democratic state in the whole country. And there was a belief on the part of civil rights leaders that if they could break through in Mississippi, if they could break through what was known as Jim Crow segregation, the denial of voting rights, the denial of equality in housing and in employment, schooling, and so much more. If they could win Mississippi, they could redeem the soul of America and make racism and discrimination a thing of the past. And there was a group of young people working for several years in Mississippi known as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And they were working to try to register voters and to protest segregation, but they really had very little success in their efforts in the early 1960s. In fact, they kept getting their Mississippi supporters in trouble, either beaten or jailed, and in a few instances, even murdered. So that if you were African American and you made an alliance with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, that was a very bold thing to do. And so by 1964, the members of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee had reached the conclusion that Black lives do not matter in the state of Mississippi. They don't matter to the police. They don't matter to business owners. They don't matter to the politicians. They don't even matter to the Justice Department and the FBI. So they wrestled with this for months and months. How do we break through this closed society? And the idea that they came up with was to hold what they called Freedom Summer. And the idea behind Freedom Summer was to show the rest of the country how completely evil the state of Mississippi was in its practice and culture of racism and segregation. And they believed that if they could do that, if they could show the rest of the country just how backward Mississippi was, they could actually force lawmakers in Washington to take some action. So they came up with the idea of bringing primarily white college students down to Mississippi from the summer. And these would not only be white college students, but they would be students from the most elite colleges and universities in the country, students from Harvard and Yale and Stanford. These are the sons and daughters of corporation owners, the sons and daughters of lawyers and politicians. And their idea was, if we could put these kids to work for the civil rights movement, we know that they're going to be jailed, they're going to be beaten, and even in some instances where they'll be risking death by casting their lot with the freedom struggle. But they knew that was the chance that they had to take, and they made that very clear to the hundreds of young people who volunteered to come down and support the civil rights movement. And I should note that it was not just white students, that there were also African-American and Latino students that came down to Mississippi as well, but the majority were from our elite colleges and universities. So the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the leadership of the Civil Rights Movement were absolutely correct in their assumption of what would happen during Freedom Summer. They brought the students down who worked to register voters and to protest segregation, and those students were beaten, jailed, and in one horrific instance, 3 of the civil rights workers were killed at the start of the summer. Andrew Goodman, Mickey Schwerner, and a native Mississippian, James Chaney, were murdered by a mob of Klansmen and local law enforcement officials. But they knew, and all of the volunteers were aware of the kind of risks that were going to take, and that they came nevertheless. And Mississippi Freedom Summer was, very important in terms of providing momentum for the passage of the Civil Rights Act in 1964, but especially the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And of course, the Voting Rights Act, protected the rights of African Americans to vote, provided federal protection for African Americans to vote, as well as Mexican Americans, Native Americans, and a host of other groups who'd been routinely denied their right to vote. But for our purposes, what's important is what the many of the volunteers were put to work doing during that summer. Many of them were employed as teachers in what were called the Freedom Schools. And in the Freedom Schools, they worked with adults to train them for citizenship, but with elementary and high school age students, what the summer volunteers did is they taught the students much of the curriculum that they would get in any kind of summer remedial program in terms of math and English, but they also taught African American history and culture. So when the volunteers arrived in places like Marks, Mississippi, and Holly Springs, Mississippi, or Greenwood, Mississippi, the Black parents that they met there told them, they said, our kids are reading this in school, they're reading the same racist textbooks that white kids have been reading in Mississippi for over 50 years. And in a lot of instances, they're receiving hand-me-down textbooks from the white schools. So working with local African-American librarians and teachers and parents, they developed a curriculum as an alternative to those racist textbooks. And it offered for those African-American children, in many instances, a first glimpse into their own history and their own culture. And it was a tremendously empowering experience. And we know that from their testimonies, from the oral histories that they continue to share with us to this day. So what was taking place in those freedom schools was tremendously important for Mississippi. It was tremendously important for the civil rights movement, but it also represented a deeper critique of American education, because this was not just a problem of the racist Mississippi school system. This is a national problem. All of our schools across the country had excluded not only Black history, of course, but the history of Mexican Americans and Puerto Ricans, Native American history, women's history, working class history. So as the volunteers moved out of Mississippi, they returned home, they returned back to their colleges and universities. Many of them were on a path to become educators at the high school level, or to get advanced degrees and teach in colleges and universities. And they brought with them that Mississippi idea, that critique of our national education system. And as they worked their way through positions of through graduate school first, and then through positions of leadership, they began to work toward a curriculum that is more democratic and inclusive. So in that sense, Freedom Summer marked not only a pivotal event in the history of American race relations, but it's also a very, very important for the history of our curriculum and efforts to diversify and make our curriculum inclusive. I want to fast forward about 4 years for my next story here. And I want to take us to Martin Luther King in the last months of Dr. King's life. Dr. King, after 1966, 1967, was growing increasingly frustrated with the progress of the movement, or what he saw as a lack of progress with regards to the civil rights movement. He recognized that the movement had been able to pass its major initiatives, the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. Those were transformative.
But there's still the difference.
Yes.
A lot. And we're also like working on our
I'm sorry, hold on.
Okay.
Like what I had text you and Melly.
Everybody
Yes,
please
it's like-
mute.
Like I love that.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Oh, and I thought someone was trying to give me some feedback, which you're please do. Put questions in the chat, and I'll try to take note and answer those as we go along. And I know I'm throwing a lot at you too, so I'm moving pretty fast to pack a lot in our brief session. So Dr. King in the mid 60s is recognizing he's frustrated, he's unsatisfied with the progress of the civil rights movement, and he comes to accept the criticisms of the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, that the beneficiaries of those had for the most part been middle-class African Americans, but the Civil Rights Act had done very little for the masses of poor Black people in the rural South and in the urban North. Moreover, Dr. King was living through a period of tremendous urban unrest, where you had massive rebellions in hundreds of cities, the largest and most destructive of which were in places like Detroit and Newark, New Jersey, Chicago, among many, many other places. And Dr. King was feeling like, I don't have anything I have nothing to say to those who are participating in these rebellions. I can no longer speak to young African Americans. They've moved on. He felt like his version of nonviolent civil disobedience was being either ignored, or he was being chided as a civil rights movement leader of the past, whose methods might have had some value for segregation in the 1950s in Montgomery, Alabama, or Birmingham, Alabama, but not so much for America in the late 1960s. Furthermore, Dr. King was very frustrated because he felt like President Johnson had abandoned his war on poverty and the federal government's war on racism in favor of war in Southeast Asia, the Vietnam War. And he was afraid that President Johnson had taken his eyes off the prize and that Congress had reallocated all of the money that they had intended to spend to eradicate poverty on fighting this war in distant, far off Southeast Asia. So, we think about Dr. King as, of course, one of our heroes, one of our American icons, but we often forget that at the time of his assassination in 1968, Dr. King was a very unpopular figure, and it was only a minority of Americans who saw him as somebody to be admired, in the later 1960s. Something we often forget. So Dr. King met with his advisors in a series of meetings in 1967 and asked, what are we going to do here? How are we going to remain relevant to the civil rights movement? How are we going to prevent city after city from exploding into these violent uprisings? How are we going to force the administration to remain committed to the kinds of things that we have always valued? And what they came up with was what they called the Poor People's Campaign. And this was intended as an interracial movement of the poor. The idea was to bring African Americans from the rural South and the urban North, Puerto Ricans from New York City, from Philadelphia, Mexican Americans from California, from the Southwest, and poor whites from Appalachia to come to Washington, D.C. and to be a part of a mass protest, both to end the war in Vietnam, but also to force the federal government to restart the war on poverty. And so in the last months of his life, Dr. King traveled the country trying to build support for his Poor People's Campaign. And he recruited poor African Americans from the Mississippi Delta, from Georgia, from Alabama, from the Carolinas. He traveled all over the country trying to encourage people to be a part of this Poor People's Campaign. And of course, in the spring of 1968, he made a stop in Memphis, Tennessee, where he took part in a sanitation worker struggle. And his close advisor said, Dr. King, don't get involved in that. That'll sidetrack you. That'll take you away from the building support for the Poor People's Campaign. And Dr. King said, no, this is exactly what the Poor People's Campaign is about. It's about these African American men who are working these jobs and cannot make a living wage. They're working under atrocious, very dangerous conditions. I absolutely need to be there in Memphis marching with the sanitation workers. And it was, of course, on April 4th, 1968, that Dr. King was assassinated. And he was, of course, then unable to be a part of the Poor People's Campaign. The campaign nevertheless moved forward. And let me see, yeah. The caravans of poor people descended on Washington for the summer of 1968, and they set up what was referred to as what they called Resurrection City. And it was a kind of semi-permanent encampment on the National Mall in Washington, where people lived for a couple months. During the day, they would go out to various administrative offices and protest and lobby administration officials and the Congress to restart President Johnson's what had begun as the war on poverty. Now, the Poor People's Campaign was bogged down by some considerable infighting, and they also unfortunately had some terrible weather, and so they left without securing too many concrete victories out of the Poor People's Campaign. But nevertheless, the Poor People's Campaign marked a tremendous meeting, a historic first meeting of activists from a range of struggles from all across the country. So you had among the notables, and I saw where somebody had mentioned Maria Varela, the educator and photographer who was also a part of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, was there for the Poor People's Campaign. You had Baldemar Velasquez from the Farm Labor Organizing Committee, organizing farm workers in the Midwest. And then you had Rodolfo Corky Gonzalez of the Denver-based Crusade for Justice. And the picture on the right, the man standing, waiting in line to take the microphone to address the Attorney General during the Poor People's Campaign. That's a photograph of Corky Gonzalez, who told the Attorney General, he said, "We did not come here to be patronized. We didn't come here to be polite." So this was an incredible gathering of activists, again, representing the struggles of poor white people from Appalachia, from the African-American civil rights movement, people representing the struggles of farm workers in the Midwest and in California, and then people like Corky Gonzalez, who's a part of the budding Chicano movement. And again, these are folks who are in many instances meeting for the first time and understanding what it is they had in common in all of these struggles for justice. And so all of them, went back to their home communities, and they brought those lessons of the Poor People's Campaign to the work that they continued in the Southwest, in California, in Denver, in the case of Corky Gonzalez. And it was, of course, Corky, who was the key organizer the next year behind the National Chicano Youth Liberation Conference. And then the following year, organized a school in honor of the Mexico City Massacre, organized that there in Denver. And he's bringing to that the same kind of sensibilities, the same kind of critique that those Freedom School volunteers had discovered in 1964, that our stories are not represented here in the curriculum, and that part of our broader struggles for justice, a central part of that has to be, it has to include these stories that have been excluded from the historical record. And Maria Varela is a great example of that, as she became, in the late 60s and 70s, an educator who spent a lot of her time working on issues of curriculum and diversifying and making the curriculum more inclusive. The last sort of story I want to tell is about the San Francisco State student strike of 1968 and 1969. And this was a 5-month strike that brought together African-American students from the Bay Area, Asian American students, Latin American students, Native American students, and they were joined together by a common realization that our educational system from kindergarten through college under the authority of the white community failed to focus on subject matter that was germane to the life experiences of the people in minority communities. And so all of these various groups of students come together at San Francisco State. They're joined by faculty members as well, and also sympathetic white students to go on strike for 5 months. And their demands include the establishment of a College of Ethnic Studies and the establishment of programs in African American studies. They also demand more non-white faculty and students. And at the end of their strike, actually the strike travels over to the university, over the bay to Berkeley, to the University of California, Berkeley, where they have their own what they call Third World Liberation Front strike, centered on the same demands, that higher education was out of step with the diversity and the dynamism of the American public and the student population. In the wake of those strikes, those same experiences were replicated on hundreds of colleges and universities and high schools across the country. In the 1960s and 1970s, nearly every college or university of any kind of size had, and with any sort of non-white population, experienced a similar kind of wave of protests as they, administrations were forced to hire African-American and Latino faculty members and introduce a curriculum that reflected the experiences of a changing student body. And that was, these things, even though, I've put the spotlight on 3 kind of flashpoints from the mid and late 1960s, but these changes also unfolded over many, many years. So it's important to I think to one point I absolutely want to make sure that this comes across is that the demands for people's history emerge from a period of struggle, that the curriculum changes to reflect events on the ground, protests, struggles in the street, so that these protests and these changes in our curriculum really reflect the broader, stronger period of intense activism that we were going through in the late 1960s and 1970s. And what I'd like to suggest, and maybe I'm also raising this as a kind of question, is I think in many regards, we're in another period of intense activism. And we see that around the mass protests and all of the great mobilization and organizing that's taking place around, or has taken place in the last 10 years around immigration reform. And then, of course, We have, concurrently the mass protests around the Black Lives Matter demands and the, so-called George Floyd protests. And I think, and then there's, much, much more. Those are just a couple of the more notable instances. And I think what that indicates is that young people especially are hungry. They're looking for a usable past to help make sense of their present. So the curiosity, that curiosity is really our opportunity. That gives us a chance, I think, to go deeper, to do more than we have in the past. Now, with that, I think, and specifically as I'm directing my comments to homeschoolers, I want to raise a caution. And that caution is, I guess it's kind of a reminder that the movements of the 1960s, on one hand, that, within the Poor People's Campaign, within the Freedom Schools, within Corky Gonzalez's school, there's always advocacy for self-determination for Puerto Rico, for Puerto Ricans, for Mexican Americans, for African Americans. But for the most part, they're always making demands on the state. They were part of collective struggles that demand systemic change. They're not just looking for an opportunity to, do my own thing or do our own thing, but they're raising a broader critique of American racism and American capitalism. And so that becomes our caution, or I think our kind of challenge is to both, demand autonomy, demand the ability to tell our own stories, but at the same time, to never let our lawmakers, never let the state, never let corporations off the hook for, what is ours, frankly. So with that, what I'd like to do, and I'll scroll back to see, what sort of comments and questions I might have missed, but I'd like to raise a couple of questions with you, and I would, well, first of all, I'll see if you have any questions. Is there anything that I can, that I raised that I didn't address, needs to be addressed more fully, or I'm scrolling through the comments here, and I don't see any questions, but feel free. I mean, if you want to come off mic and ask me a question, or put comments in the chat. Betita Martinez, who was a friend of mine when I lived in the Bay Area, thank you so much for raising her name, Evelyn.
Por seguro, she was a mentor of mine too, so helped me a lot.
We have to talk.
Por seguro, yes. She's fierce. Bless her. Rest in peace.
Yep.
It's so cool. What a small world, right?
So if there are no questions, I've put a couple there on the slide, and I'm really curious about, I'm curious to hear what sort of resources you're drawing upon. If anyone wanted to share any work that maybe you've done in oral history, or are you bringing your children to local historic sites? Have you tapped into resources from local scholars? And then a couple other questions I had is, I'm curious, is how do you continue to make demands on public officials so that we're not just, that we really are focused on systemic demands, that we're raising the larger questions and being transformative in our work. And then also I've raised this with Gisela, but I hope everyone is documenting what you're doing, because what you're doing is tremendously important. And it's really important that these experiences be documented and shared.
Kerry, excuse me, did you see the question? It's from.
I saw the question from Monica.
And then, yeah, there's another one with, Monica, she did ask, what materials do you recommend? There's a few, there's a couple after her.
Yeah, so this is what I would say is, Monica, it depends on where you are. I mean, I really like to draw upon local materials. I think, I find that when students of all ages, discover the kinds of history that's taken place, close by in their cities and their neighborhoods, I think that can be a really powerful experience. What I might do is I can come up, after our session, I can share with Gisela a list of just a few things that, might be helpful, and I assume she can disseminate that to the group. And then Kim, you're kind of raising the same question for high schoolers. Yes. That seems to be everyone's question. Yeah. That's good. And let me ask this as a question. Gisela, is there a place on the website for for us to maybe like crowdsource our thoughts on this?
That's a good idea. I can ask the group, because on our Facebook page we share a lot of everybody's, like, it's really informal. I found this, I found that. Look, go to this museum.
Yeah.
They have this exhibition. For me, I could tell you what I do, and right now we live in a great time, great and not so great, but I like to look at life despite of I guess life could be like a cactus, I guess, prickly and beautiful at the same time, regardless of the things that need to change in this country. Right now, there's actually a great opportunity for a lot of entrepreneurs, especially that have just blossomed right now, are blossoming, that are Latinos, that are in the business of books, because they want to make sure that their kids, Latino kids, but our Black and brown kids, are reading books from authors that have that look like them and tell our stories. I can share, and I'll put it on there. I was lucky enough to meet, there's one here in Chicago, actually a couple here in Chicago that sell books nationally. And then there's one in San Francisco that does a lot of great work, and she sells a lot of self-published books from authors. So she's trying to help them out that way. But I use my library a lot of it's me on my own. And I took Latino Studies in college, and I was pretty passionate about that subject. And so, you don't have to take Latino Studies. It's basically just going through to your library. If your library doesn't have a section, demand it, because sometimes they don't have books. I sometimes go with my 13-year-old, and she has a list of 20 books that they don't have. And they get them for her. So it's really just, there's a lot of good material out there, a lot of good self-published authors coming out with good stories. So this is a good time, even for us moms, if you want to self-publish a book and tell your stories, please do it. Okay, and then somebody says Valerie's book, A Kid's Guide to Latino History. Okay, good, thanks, Belinda. Oh, it's a big Eurocentric for me. Okay, maybe one of us needs to do this, needs to write this on our own. Yeah, so there's some needs there, but I do see, and I know in a lot of cities in the US, there's entrepreneurs, there's 51 word books here in Chicago, and Los Amigos books that just opened up in Berwyn. So so I'm sure if anybody has anything to share, please do. Yeah, you can ask a question in audio. Anybody could just go off mute and ask a question. We have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. And thank you so much for this. I didn't grow up in the States, so this is very helpful to understand living here, and I'm in Florida, and I'm on higher education, and it's extremely challenging to be right now. What my colleagues are doing is quitting. And the union, it really hit me when you said, like, what are we doing to demand public officials? So that's just been incredibly difficult, even with unions, seeing that I'm in a state where people are not interested in picking up the fight. That's difficult. I'm sorry. And then I started looking for groups for homeschooling, and then I ended up with the wrong group that are the freedom homeschooling. So I'm just really grateful that I'm here listening to you, and anything you can give me to read is helpful. Thank you.
Great. Erica, thank you. Where in Florida are you?
I'm in Sarasota.
Okay.
Close to Tampa.
Yeah. I'm gonna, is there, how would we, Gisela, are you able to connect us? Because there are some people that, did you say you're in higher education?
Yeah, I'm a professor, a college professor.
At which
And my background is natural sciences.
Yeah.
So that's why this is very new to me. You know, like I know about history in Mexico because I grew up in Mexico. Like I've been trying to read as much as I can. But yeah, my colleagues are like, well, I'll just quit. Or no, we have to follow whatever the state says. And I'm like, this is not acceptable.
No.
And so yeah, but it's a state thing, right?
Yep. No, and I can relate in South Carolina. So we tried to push back for, the state was on the verge of passing a, so-called anti-CRT bill, which would have represented a tremendous attack on academic freedom at every level. And we were able to put them off at least this year, but who knows what we'll be facing next year. But I have, if we can talk, I have specifically some, some thoughts about Florida and some people that I might put you in touch with.
I would love it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just got this morning an email about the bill that passed and how we're going to navigate.
I saw.
To do a lot of things that I do in my class naturally, not even thinking, because I don't teach race, but I do teach traditional ecological knowledge. There's a lot of things I need to navigate.
Yep.
Kerry, can you guys exchange the info privately?
Sure. Well, here's what I might do is, so my next slide here has my email, and I'll also put it in the chat, but please, anybody who would like, feel free to reach out. I'd love to hear what all of you are up to. Is there, and I'm not keeping up with the chat, but is there any other question that I can address, or are we at our time?
We're almost out of time, but there's
Yeah.
somebody that made, I'm glad there's a couple professors here. There's somebody says, I'm a professor in the Universidad Autónoma de Tlaxcala, master's, doctoral level in special education. I also co-founder, president of Mexican Association for the Gifted. I work as a consultant in more than 24 Mexican states and public schools. I am also an advisor to some homeschooling groups here in Mexico. My special area is qualitative identification of specific talents in Mexican children. Awesome. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay.
So sorry. Does somebody else want to ask a question? Go ahead.
It wasn't necessarily a question. It was the diverse books is a good resource, but looking up the Latinos, the ethnic studies movement is the continuation of a lot of that work. So looking that up on YouTube, or there's some great youth movements where the young people are involved to also transform schools. So the ethnic studies movement and the restorative justice movement have both been really strong in highlighting the history and the legacy of needing to change the system. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Keep doing what you're doing. You're wonderful.
Yeah, thank you, Kerry, so much for this information and to give us the tools to move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks everybody for everybody still hanging in there. We are gonna move on to, actually, we do have a little bit of time for a giveaway. Let me just do that really quick. And this was one of our sponsors. It's called Starfell, and they actually started as a nonprofit. They still are, but a lot of the resources have always been free. And they expanded. So what you see here on this website, this is some tools for grade 3 math. And whatever you see in gray is blacked out. So that means you would need to pay for that. And whatever other ones are in color, they're free resources to teach your kids how to do math. But they started basically to teach kids a different way to learn how to read, how to use phonics. I don't think they cater to anybody who's dyslexic. That's another route with teaching. But this is actually a great resources for ages 1, 2, and 3. And they donated, I believe it was 5 memberships for this. So I am going to spin the wheel and see who wins. So let me do this.
The homeschooling Spanish thing. I found.
Okay, so there's an email address. I did it by email because some of us have the same name. It's just easier that way. So this person won a Starfell membership. Yay. And I will email that person. I don't know if she's here. So let me stop sharing. Okay. And we're gonna move on. I believe our next speaker is here, and Lonnie, is she here? I don't know. Are you here, Lonnie?
I'm here. Yes.
Okay. Hi. So you're gonna introduce our next speaker, who is Miss Leslie Priscilla with Latinx Parenting. So I give you the floor.
Okay. All right. Well, hi everybody. A ver si todos estamos despiertas. That was really great information. So our next speaker is truly an inspiration, having worked with children and families for over 13 years. She has countless certifications, endless experience, and está educada hasta los dientes. So she's a wealth of knowledge. We are fortunate enough to have Leslie Priscilla Arriola Hillenbrand. And before I let her take it away, I just wanted to give a little bit more of her background so we can know and so you can see all these things that I learned about her. She's a first generation non-Black Chicana mother of 3 biracial children, a descendant of indigenous Tarahumara, Raramuri, and Spanish lineages who has resided on occupied Tongva and Hashaman land, also known as Orange County, California, all of her life. So she's not only founded the bilingual organization Latinx Parenting, but created a powerful movement. The movement that is intentionally rooted in children's rights, social and racial justice, the individual and collective practice of nonviolence and reparenting, intergenerational and ancestral healing, cultural sustenance, and the active decolonization of oppressive practices in our families. Latinx Parenting believes passionately in shifting the paradigm of raising children toward creating a trauma-informed, healing-centered, nonviolent, and cultural sustaining approach where Latinx families can nurture connection in their homes and cultures in ways that support individual, family, and intergenerational collective healing. So definitely ending that chancla culture for sure. It's truly powerful thing. So without further ado, I'm honored to present our next speaker, Leslie Priscilla Arriola Hillenbrand.
That's purple for me.
Let me mute this person. Hi, Leslie, are you there? I thought she was here.
I know why they used
I know, it looks horrible.
Can everybody mute? I'm getting somebody. Okay, there, I'm muting. Okay, she was just here, so let me give her a couple minutes and find out where she is. Just give me a second.
Can we give a shout out to Gisela for doing this? Yay!
Thank you.
Woohoo!
Thanks so much. Just a moment. I do want to share, let me share really quick while she comes on. There is a gallery that I thank you, Lani, for that shout out, but I'm also going to give a shout out to Rosa Esparza, who's here from Vida Homeschool. She's helped me with a lot of the videos and everything. Anyway, so let me, she's just amazing with a lot of attention and detail that I'm not good at. She's very talented. So thank you, Rosa. I'm giving a shout out to you. Thanks. But she did this video for us. Some of the, I asked some parents to submit some artwork from your kids just to see, so everybody could see what everybody's been working on. And I got a couple submissions, and if I probably missed a couple, I'm sorry, I know I did, but, and then in the last part, I'm including our Chicago group recently collaborated with some artists from Mexico City that made some giant alebrijes. If you've seen the movie Coco, that's the spirit animals that are there, but they took the time to teach some of our kids and the parents about art. It was just a really cool experience. So sharing that. Okay. So thanks to the parents who submitted their kids' artwork. I know that there was Sonia and Lily, and I know Sonia's here, but we didn't get the names, but shout out to her. She's going to be one of our speakers, so her children provided this artwork, and Lily Ann's, and also the group from Chicago, from all the families that helped us during that display. So there's always, just to let you guys know, there's always opportunities for, if you look for them, for you to be involved in anything like this with Latino scholars or professionals. So look them up in your area. They're, you know, your local muralist, your local writer. those are free resources, and a lot of those scholars, I would say, they're passionate about what they do, so they really want to share it with the world. So, it's just look around. There's always opportunities out there. Okay, so I will turn it over to Leslie, and thank you, and welcome, Leslie.
Hi, Gisela. Nice to see you.
Nice
to
to
see
see
everybody here. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want to welcome you, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but we talked about how this was going to go. Leslie does a lot of great programs, webinars online, and I just want people to understand what you do. And I ask everybody to please take this time to get off your mic if you can, ask Leslie a question. She has done a lot of great work. I see you as a celebrity, to be honest with you, in a good way. Just if you could tell me, Leslie, what inspired you to start an organization like Latinx Parenting?
Probably the same reason that you started Latinos Homeschooling. Probably the exact same kind of reason, por lo menos, right? Like you didn't see that it existed, and you needed it, and you created it. So I think it's very, very ballsy, very courageous, right? To kind of create the spaces that you see are not available to you. When I was very young and I became pregnant at 23. So I was a very young mom. None of my other friends were having kids, and I really wanted to surround myself with a community of other people who were going to breastfeed, were going to bed share, were going to feed their kids in ways that I felt, were under supported in our communities, right? And so I created a group. At the time it was called Orange County. I live in Orange County. I live in Santa Ana, California, which is unceded Hashimoto and Tongva land and Keech territory as well. And I started a group and was just like, listen, I just want to meet up, at park days. It was like my daughter was like 3 months old, and I was like, I'm bored. Like I don't have any friends. I don't have community. I've always been very community oriented. I've always wanted other people to relate to and that can relate with me. Part of that was because in my childhood, I wasn't super close to my parents. I wasn't really close to a lot of my family. They were kind of spread out everywhere. I'm a child of immigrants, and there were some tios and cousins here in California into Texas, but I didn't feel super connected because when I was growing up, there was a lot of pain. There was a lot of like suffering that I experienced my family exhibiting. And I was like, I need my own people, right? Like from very young, I was like, I need friends, because that strong sense of connection is really important, especially to children. And so my friends have always been my family, right? I've always had this like wanting to go out and create a chosen family of other people who supported me. Because a lot of the times where I wanted to do things differently, I was not really supported by my family, right? I don't want to hit my kids. What do you mean you don't want to hit your kids? Like, you're rejecting your culture if you don't hit your kids. You must use la chancla. You must, do all these things. And I was like, I don't feel like that's what I want to do. And so from the very beginning, I was very fortunate, very privileged that I had a home birth with my daughter, and I knew I wanted to do things a little bit differently with her. Looked at her and was just like, wow, like I can't imagine like, doing anything that would hurt her. Mind you, 10 years later, I'm like, we don't always intend to hurt our children, but we do hurt our children, right? So, but because I created, that space when she was very young, and then as she became older, I was reading a lot of parenting books. I was reading a lot of child development stuff. I was traditionally, I was a preschool teacher. I worked with kids for many, many years and had my own classroom, and saw those relationships, right? Like saw parent-child relationships and a lot of Latino families like not having the tools a lot of times. And so I didn't see anything that represented my family, my culture, my history, and my people in the parenting world. There were a lot of really wonderful books, mostly written by white folks, mostly written by like a Western, European centered perspective. They weren't talking about a lot of the issues that we as a community confront. They weren't talking about a lot of the challenges that we have to overcome and how to do that through the raising of children who are revolutionaries, right? It was very much like, just, eye level, get on their eye level and use soft tones voice. I'm like, yeah, but like, where's the historical trauma in these books? Like where's the fact that like we're still marginalized and we're still like very much oppressed by these systems that don't want to see us succeed. And so that's part of the reason that we homeschool, right? Because I don't really want my daughter to be a part of those systems and to be conditioned and programmed in these ways that are not really going to be ways that are critical about how we can support each other, right? How we can support in community-based collective ways. And so Latinx parenting really was born out of that frustration of not having a community of other people at the time, right? And I was really scared for a long time of really stepping into it and being like, no, this is something that I feel really called, really almost like a vocation, right? I grew up Catholic, so I always think like, oh, it's like a priesthood, but I'm not a priest. It's like, it just feels like that's where I need to be. And yeah, I mean, it started in 2018. I had been teaching parenting classes at that point for 5 years, not under Latinx parenting, but I was working at a lot of agencies. And yes, I do have a website. I'll drop it in the chat in a little bit, or somebody can help me with that. And I had these belief systems about our people, right? I was like, our people are not ready for gentle nonviolent parenting. Our people is going to reject me coming in and offering alternatives. And then when I was working in the elementary schools, because I used to teach parents mostly in elementary schools, mostly in Espanol, mostly low income, Anaheim, Santana, a lot of immigrant groups, a lot of transitional homes. But I was like, we really are ready. And we're really, we're there actually, where we want to have conversations around healing our, trauma wounds. And we want to have conversations around what to do instead. And we want to have conversations around the brain and emotional intelligence. And they're not inaccessible concepts, right? Like they're very basic. I don't go into, it's not a neuroscience class, it's just like, listen, when you are in survival, you're in survival, and that's when you're most likely to hit. What are the ways that we can regulate so that we're not in survival all the time? And to me, that really expands into this greater possibility for our people, right? It's like our people have been in survival for so long. How can we move beyond that now that we have information, we have tools, we have abilities to create community like you have done online, virtually, and then also in person? It's like we have to examine those belief systems about ourselves, right? There's been Latinos that are like, I can't homeschool, like that's crazy, like that's so wild. I remember when I first told my friends that I was going to homeschool my daughter, she hadn't even been born yet, but I was like, I don't think I want to do this school. Like that sounds like my husband had like, school trauma too. And I grew up in Catholic school my whole life. And I was like, I don't know, but I also still wanted to give her a social experience. But my friends immediately were like, how are you going to socialize her? And we've learned that like, there's actually so much more opportunity to socialize in really productive, healthy ways when you are homeschooling and you're a part of communities that are in, that are sharing in those values. My daughter went to public school for 3 years. She did kindergarten. Before that, we were part of a homeschooling co-op. And we were like, let's try it. So we enrolled her in a kindergarten. And it was fine, it was fine, but they were mostly like unsupervised, right? Like all the families came from all kinds of places, and that's fine. Diversity is great. Pero we didn't have that shared value system, right? And that was so big for me, where I was just like, I don't want you to go to somebody's house and they're, putting their kids in timeout and spanking them in front of you, right? Like, that's not necessarily who I want to surround myself with. And again, I'm saying this like from this place of privilege and awareness and like having the education and being able to afford the books that I'm reading and all these things, right? But I also don't think that it's fully inaccessible to our communities. I feel like it's very accessible to our communities, and we've already done it for hundreds of years. It's not anything new necessarily. Like the way that schools came in is relatively recent, right? And they came in for a reason, and it was to essentially convert children to their belief systems, right? And so a lot of, what I do is kind of remind parents that this is not new. Like, we have more indigenous ways of being that are more, less individualistic, more collectivistic, that we need to reclaim, that we need to shed the parts of our culture that have harmed us for years and years. And so, I mean, I've just gone on a rant. So I'm sorry, Gisela. That's just how I do. I go on my rants. But it's like, it really is like this circular process, and I continue to learn, and I continue to reframe and reshape, what Latinx parenting is, and work with amazing people like you and say, oh, like, here's the Latinx parenting umbrella. Under that umbrella are homeschooling families. Under that umbrella are LGBTQ familias. Under that umbrella are single dads raising their kids. Under that umbrella are grandparents raising their grandkids, and so there's all these diverse existences and identities within Latino, Latina, and Latinx culture. And so Latinx parenting also really wants to amplify those stories, right? Really wants to use the platform to be able to say, like, hey, we're here. We just had like an LGBTQ familia series. We've had a brown fatherhood series. We're going to do probably parents of kids with special needs, right? Because that's another thing. And so we really want to just have all of the conversations and just keep doing the work.
Thank you, Leslie. And yeah, your rants, I like your rants. You're fine. Thank you. Does anybody want to ask or share something?
Yeah, talk to me. I saw Monica in here. I don't know. I'm like, I don't mean to call you out, Monica, but Monica's actually taken some of the offerings. I think including the 6-week series. Hola. And so I just wanted to shout her out because I know that she's been following and really supporting for the last few years too. So, but I'm an open book. Ask me anything about my personal life, I will tell you. And anything about, building the community, I will tell you, right? Especially if it's something that you're really motivated in being a part of. Those kinds of questions, and any kind of questions, really.
I like what you said about, because a lot of times the way we're reflected in movies is that all of us have such a bond with our extended family. And although that's true, but a lot of us, like me, my extended family's mainly in Mexico and far from here. So we were always accustomed to have friends as family. And I like what you said, we're all, there could be a Latino nuclear family that just wants to, not be a part of any other extended family or anything. And, everybody has their reasons for doing that. So thank you for bringing that up, because it's important, because it makes other people, Latinos, like, wow, what's wrong with me? I don't have my extended family everywhere. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. I mean, and we can't erase like Afro-Latinx people too, right? From the narrative, like there's been so many assumptions that when you think about a Latino person, it excludes Black Latinos. So actually when I identify, I say I am a white or I'm a non-Black Latina, because to say I am a Latina, it negates the fact that there are Black Latinos. Because when there's Black Latinos, they have to say, or it's, presumed that they would have to say, I am Afro-Latino or I am Black Latinx, or however they identify, right? And so I really also want to encourage parents and everybody to like acknowledge what those privileges are. We are a marginalized identity and group, just the Latino community in general, but there's people that are within this community that are that much more marginalized because of the color of their skin, or because of their sexual orientation, or because they're choosing to do things differently. Another rant. I'm sorry, Gisela. There's so much we could talk about. It's like, girl, 35 minutes? Are you serious?
Anybody else want to comment?
I actually have a, like what you mentioned about finding a similar community to that goes based along on like your beliefs and things like that too. And I mean, and then also making connections. I just moved across the states to a new area, and I find that right now, especially for myself, I'm like, I'm join all the groups and all these other things, and I see all these people. And it's funny how you were just saying that, how you wanted somebody that shared those things with you, and also like the culture and stuff. And I noticed that within myself, I was like, I want to be able to speak to somebody in Spanglish, and I want to be able to just all those things, that familiarity. And so I feel like you hit the nail on the head for me, like right now, that I'm like, that's what it was, because I'm like, I don't think they would understand. And I'm Mexican and Italian. And so I came up with a just very mixed, so I am first generation here. And so, but I want my daughter to be around that as well, and I want her to feel comfortable speaking the 3 languages and just all those things, and that, I don't know. And then we're vegan on top of that. So just add to all of that. And it's just so many things or whatever. But how did you find your people, I guess? So like, give me tips on like, because I don't want to just be like, no, it's because you're too like, I don't know, too mainstream for me, I think, or whatever,
I think, and I'll say something to your point earlier, where it's like, when you are kind of like entering into either the homeschooling journey or just the parenting journey, and you're wanting to do things differently, the spaces that you encounter, the homeschooling space, the birthing space, the wellness space, the parenting space, it's very Caucasian, it's very Western. And so when you enter these groups and you're like, I don't really feel like, it's cool that it's here. And also I don't really feel like I belong here, right? Like, I feel like I have to put on my white voice, or I have to, like, whatever it is, like, you have to adapt into those spaces. Not that you don't belong in any space you ever show up in, right? But you start to feel like there's a little bit of misalignment just because of your cultural identity, your cultural history, things like that. At least that's the way it was for me. And so while those groups were really important for me at the time I created it was just OC New Natural Mamas, but the majority of the people that gravitated towards that were white women, right? Were white moms who I'm still friends with to this day. Like, no shade on, the white mamas. They taught me a lot. And also I realized how accessible this actually was to our people, and wanted it for more people, right? Like, I want community for more people. I want people to see themselves in me. I want to see myself in other people. And so if something like that doesn't exist in the area where you are, which is possible, right? My suggestion and invitation is always going to be, make it. If you build it, they will come, because there's other people that are looking for you. You just don't know it, right? There's other people that are wanting to enter the space that you are going to create. It's hard, right? It's hard because it takes a lot of effort. Like, I remember having to coordinate, play dates and things like that. And now there's Flor Reyes. I don't know if you know her, but she runs this group, Mamis Unidas, here in Santana. And I'm just like, cool. I feel like she like took the baton, and like she's like coordinating the classes. But once you do find 2, 3, 4 people who are like you, then you are that much more powerful to be able to like make that community really strong, right? I'm really curious about Gisela's process too, right? And creating Latinos Homeschooling is a lot of work. Like, I don't know if you would negate that. Like, it's a lot of work to manage, even just managing a Facebook page. Like, that's a lot of work, like navigating inquiries, things like that. And so luckily I'm at the point now where I have a lot of support in what I want to build, in the community that I want to create, and we have like, membership coming. It's not like established yet, but we're going to be able to create like in-person subgroups within that membership community too, of other families who are in those areas, right? So it's like, if you follow Latinx Parenting and you're like a part of this membership, you'll be able to be, create a group called, similar to Facebook, but you would create it for other Latinx communities and say, it's, parents of LA or whatever, Latinx parents of like Cleveland or whatever it is. Because there's been a lot of people that have reached out and they're like, I'm in, the country in England, and how do I create community here? I'm like, you just, échale ganas. Like, I'm sure that there's somebody else out there who's looking for you too. And so we have to just make it happen, right? I don't know if that's like supportive or not, but in terms of like the kinds of tools and things that you can do, there's a whole lot. But again, if you have searched and you're like, I don't see the space, then that's like your sign that you have to create the space.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Actually, we just started as a small Chicago meetup group. I started it because I wanted to teach, because like you, a lot of the places I went to, they looked at you like, I mean, they were friendly, but I just never felt 100% uncomfortable. And I'm not against, like you said, diversification. I think my kids get enough of that. And just because you're creating a Latino group doesn't mean you're anti hanging out with any other nationalities, because that's not what we're about. It's just basically having our own little hub. And we're not the only ones that do it. Jewish communities do it, Indian American, Filipino, they, a lot of these communities do it. Yeah, just create a space. And then I started finding people online at other Chicago groups. I'm like, let me add this person and see if they can get. And then I met Belinda, was the first one in person. And her and I actually were going on meetups. Sometimes people would say, yes, we're there. And then the 20 people RSVP and only her and I would show up. We're like, okay. And my husband would encourage me. He's like, just keep going. Just keep going. Don't focus on who didn't show up. Focus on who did. And then sometimes she was gracious enough to bring a lot of material to teach an art class. And it was just me and her family, maybe somebody else, but just keep moving. That's really, don't get discouraged. Even if you have one family, even if they live an hour away and you guys meet halfway every week or every 2 weeks, it will grow.
Yeah. We're looking for each other.
Does anybody else want to ask or add something?
I saw one in the chat. I saw a question in the chat, Gisela. It asks if I have any book recommendations for Latina moms, or what book changed my life, or a book that redirected my path when I was 23. Unfortunately, at that time, I didn't really know of any books by Latino authors that spoke specifically on parenting or homeschooling, right? You hear about like John Holt, and you hear about all of these folks that are homeschooling authors or gentle parenting authors. But there was one book, and I actually really resonate with this author. He's a white man, but he's legit, and his name is Dr. Dan Siegel, who you may have heard about. But I was very fortunate that the very first parenting book that I read when I was still pregnant was Parenting from the Inside Out. And so that's the book I think that was recommended to me by my therapist, who I had started seeing. And I was in college when I was pregnant with my daughter, and I started seeing a therapist because there was a lot of stuff coming up in that pregnancy, and my partner and I were fighting. We had just moved in together. I was like, I don't have any blueprints for what to do here. I just know that I feel anger and grief and rage and confusion and all of these emotions that I don't want to project onto my child, because I love this child. I want this child. And so I started going to therapy, and I think she was the one that had initially recommended Parenting from the Inside Out by Dr. Dan Siegel. And very shortly after that, I think within a year or two, I read The Conscious Parent by Shefali Sabari. Now, know her, have met her many times. She has another book called The Awakened Family and another one called Out of Control. So I just gobbled it all up. And yeah, I think between, Dr. Dan Siegel's work, which expands into, no drama discipline and the whole brain child, and even, a book for parents of teenagers that they can read with their teens called Brainstorm. He's just a wealth of knowledge. So that's really my, what's the word? Not he's not my savior by any means, but he, the words that he wrote just resonated so deeply with me. And so did the words of Dr. Shefali during that time. And at the same time, they still didn't really speak on that cultural piece, right? And so since then, I have read books like Recovering Your Sacredness by Maestro Jerry Teo. I've read books like Woman Who Glows in the Dark by Elena Avila. I've read books like Voices from the Ancestors, which just came out a couple years ago. These books are not parenting, but everything is parenting. Right? Everything is being with others, regardless of whether that's your child or your partner or your neighbor. That's just, you need to be solid, right? You need to be grounded. You need to, what I realize is that this can be very much a form of healing ourselves, a form of healing our inner niñez, a form of, having a spiritual practice, right? I'm in a curanderismo apprenticeship like a level 2 for the second half of this year. And everything that I'm learning, I'm applying to rituals I do with my children. We build altares. You know what I mean? So it's like, go into those interests, but know that everything that you're learning can also be a point of learning for your children, right? And so I very frequently with my 10-year-old, I'll share with her like, look, this is the medicine wheel, you know, like this is what I'm learning and this is how you can, and maybe like, you know, 30% of it sinks in, and maybe the next time I talk about it, you know, it's up to 40% of it, but she's being really exposed to a lot of things that I'm being exposed to just because I'm really committed to my own healing, right? And I want to ensure that she has those tools a lot earlier than I did, right? That she understands the value of just being with others and how collectivism is like the way, right? And also honoring her individualism, but knowing that, you know, dualities are the truth and binaries are bullshit. And we have to like, just do things differently, right? She's homeschooled now. The majority of our homeschool community, as it is right now, is still mostly white folks, white families. The 2 teachers that are coming in to teach the younger kids, my 4.5-year-old is starting TK, but both of them are from Mexico. And so I'm like, okay, cool. Like, and I talked to them for a while, and I was like, it's really important for me that this group gets more diverse. And so like my recruitment efforts are going to be specific to the Latinx and BIPOC communities in Orange County, because they're enrolling right now. So if you're in Orange County, like, please hit me up. Because I want to give you that information. And yeah, I mean, I'm like, where did I even start, Gisela?
No, that's so good. That's what we're here for, to talk about your homeschooling. Somebody wants to, if you can, when we're done, if you could just type in the chat some of the books that you mentioned. I know you have some right behind you. I don't know if there's
we have a bookshop. I'll send you the bookshop that I have, because the majority of the books
Is
that
it
I
on
mentioned.
your website?
If you go to the Instagram and you go to the link in the bio, you'll see a menu and the bookshop is there, but I can also link it in the chat.
Yeah, I shared your Instagram, and let me just share my screen really quick so they can see it.
Yeah, it needs some revising. I'll tell you the book. Oh, I just posted that one right now.
Okay. Yeah, so it's here, your podcast and all of this. That
oh my gosh. Thank you for sharing this.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, this is our like free resource. I've been working really hard at making this resource beneficial for whoever wants to follow. There's additional resources that are paid that, you know, will allow you to deepen the work. Monica, who just turned on your camera, has been a part of those. I don't know if you want to speak on any of the things that you've experienced just in following and supporting the last couple of years, Monica. But, you know, I'm just hopefully just going to continue to be a bridge into these conversations, I hope, if I'm privileged to be allowed to do that.
Of course. Monica, can you share?
Sure. Hi, Leslie. I have taken a couple of Leslie's workshops, including the Decolonize Nonviolent Parenting 6-week course, and it was amazing. I'm like, we have one of the little books that we made when my son was really activated. We use a lot of the strategies. I think it's something that thinking about breaking generational cycles of violence was really important to me, and was harder than I ever expected it to be, given what I initially thought how I would parent. But in fact, recognizing, and I think Leslie's really great about this too, is recognizing the work that prior generations have done. And she helped me really acknowledge that, like, my grandparents did some work, my parents did a little bit more work, and then I got to do even more work through her workshop. And just really being able to do that in a culturally relevant way made a huge difference. Also just following and finding other amazing people that she's connected with. I'm taking the writing course with like Las Doctoras. I'm like connected with Carolina. I'm like, who is this group down in Southern California that has all these amazing women? Powerful work.
These are powerful people that she just mentioned, and we're all like, this is the conversation. It's like we are all a part of this bigger movement, right, towards liberation, and writing for liberation, and photography for liberation, and parenting, like all of these things, right? And so it's like, where are you Where do you feel most comfortable, most alive, and how do you use your medicine for bringing what we're trying to call in, right, for our families. So I love knowing that, Monica. Thank you so much. I love knowing that you're connected in that way. But yeah, I'm always gonna hype up the comadres. You know, I'm inspired by them. They're like celebrities to me, and I'm just like, how are you in my cell phone? Like, how is it that I can just like text you whenever I want? You know, like I feel so, I don't know, just like fangirly about it. So thank you.
And I think that's the magic that someone was talking about earlier of having that community and doing the work to find these people. And that's the piece that I know I'm still working on with a younger one, is how to find that comadre energy as you're on your, and I'm just always curious about your homeschooling journey, because I know a lot about like the parenting side, but not as much about the homeschooling side. So I was excited to see you on here today.
Yeah, definitely. We're still, because she was in public school for those first 3 years, we're still kind of navigating. I think the year, like the 2020 through 2021 year was just like unschooling, full unschooling. It was just like, I don't know, like I don't have, right? Like we don't have this community, no one's seeing each other. It was really, really challenging for my 10-year-old to not, really, she didn't have socialization. We had a pod and we had a couple people in that pod that she knew, but she really needed more. So I also want to acknowledge the hardship that a lot of kids had, right? Especially the kids that were in public school and then lost that during that year. I think that there's still like recovery happening from that. It could have been really difficult. You know, I think about myself too as an adolescent, and, you know, my school was my safe haven, right? Like whatever school it was, it got me out of my house, right? Which was really full of tension and stress and a lot of, you know, mental health challenges on my mom's part that were projected this way. And so I think about them, right? And how creating these homeschool communities would make it, because there were homeschool families that were like, we never lost our community. Like we just continued to see each other, and, you know, we would mask but we would be at parks, and it was, you know, it was doable, right? Because you already had that. But I think for a lot of families who didn't have something so intimate and so connected in that way, it was really difficult, and it really was for us. So now that we've been, you know, with the homeschool community for a year, it's beautiful. You know, it's really everything that we wanted. You know, yeah, I just feel so grateful. I feel like it was something that just really saved my daughter's mental health. Yeah. Oh yeah, yes, Brittany, I can share. I also wanted to, before I run out of time, I wanted to let everybody know, if you don't, I've been sharing about this a whole lot on Instagram, but the Decolonized Nonviolent Parenting Intro Workshop, which I think, Monica, you might have taken way back when, before the series. But we're having it again this Saturday, so tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. It's an hour and a half. There's going to be Spanish interpretation too. So there's people that have reached out and they're like, oh, I'm going to take it with my parents so that they can, you know, get access to that as well. But I'll drop the link here, and then we are offering scholarships. We offer scholarships for everything that is paid. And so I'm going to drop the link, and then if there's any, you know, questions about accessibility, please reach out to us, and I'll include the email to reach out to too. And it's going to be recorded. So if you can't attend live because it's short notice, it's all good. You'll get the recording. But there is, are you okay if I read this question too, Gisela?
Yeah.
By Brittany? Okay. Oh yes, Raising Free People by Aquila Richards is amazing. And it's a short book too. So I also recommend Aquila's work. And Shimei Morales of My Reflection Matters Village. Nicolai Pizarro of Raising Readers. There's a bunch of people. And she actually wrote a book called Ring the Alarm, which was the first parenting book I had ever seen written by a person of color. And now we call each other we say we're comadres in cahuta, because one of us accidentally misspelled cahoots. And now we say we're comadres in cahuta. But anyway, she's amazing. Aquila's amazing. Shimei's amazing. All these people are amazing. Yes, I will write the name in the chat of all of these. What was I gonna? Okay, Brittany had written, if I can talk a little bit about the importance of being inclusive of the LGBTQIA community in both parenting and homeschooling. I find so much resistance in our community, for example, with the usage of the word Latinx. How do you approach this? My go-to approach is always to recognize people have autonomy over their identities. And so if someone is like looking at the term Latinx and they are telling me that, you know, I'm calling them that or that I'm forcing that term on them, I know I'm not, right? Like I know that I'm looking at it as more of what we have right now. I don't know if it'll be called Latinx parenting forever, right? Like this is what we have right now. And when I talk to folks, especially professionals, who are very curious about that term, I let them know, I give them the reference, like this is why I started using this term. It's an article by the National Psychological Latinx Association, which you can Google, like the term Latinx and then NLPA. But I can also find it and share it later or whatever. But anyway, so there's like a very clear reason, and it doesn't honestly actually bother me anymore because they don't have to identify that way, right? Like it's okay if you want to identify. My mom would not identify as Latinx. She'd be like, I'm a Mexicana. Cool. You know, like I have no qualms with however you want to identify. But if you want more information about like why I use the term, it's there. And then with the LGBTQIA community in parenting and homeschooling, I think that's something that we're really trying to amplify by holding something like the LGBTQIA Familia series. I don't know if any of those families are homeschoolers, to be honest with you. I think I want to maybe explore this a little bit more, right? Just like how that identity maybe would come into play in homeschooling. Obviously it would because it comes into play in parenting. Yeah, I think, would you want to expand on that too, Brittany? Just like in case I'm not receiving the question the way that you're intending it to be received. Where are you? Where'd you go?
Hi, sorry, I was going to type it out, but I think it's taking too long, so I'll just say it. So I
Yes,
appreciate
thank you.
Thank you so much for addressing the question. So I think that my issue has been that I find a lot of resistance, I think mostly due to like in my circles and my family, for example, a lot of resistance due to homophobia within like our community. And so I get like judged hardcore if I even use that term, eyes rolled at me. I've been told like, we just can't speak like that. We don't change the language. This is the way that it is. Well, like language hasn't always been developing and changing throughout time. And it's a struggle when you personally know other homeschoolers who also feel excluded. And if we're talking about inclusivity and we're wanting to be inclusive of all of our Latinx people, but then if we're also actively excluding LGBTQIA community, like it just seems so hypocritical, and I struggle with that a lot. So I think that I'm just kind of wanting to hear what others think about it.
Yeah, I hear that so loud and clear. This is like the same with like the gentle parenting, right? It's like if I was in a group of others who were wanting to parent in these ways, it was usually like white folks. And then if I was like surrounding myself with other like Latino, Latina, and Latinx folks, then it was like they're laughing about La Chancla and all these things. Right? And I was just like, oh, like you're kind of being pulled because of these different like aspects of your identity. And I want to say that like, you know, as much as we can, as much as I can, I try to nurture the you know, those connections that I have with my child, like in having those conversations about identity, about pronouns, about homophobia in my family, because homophobia is also rampant in my family, especially among the elders. And so, you know, you find your people, and when you can't find your people, you kind of have to be that protector, that like mama bear, or that parent bear, right? That really kind of shields your kids from hearing like really toxic ideas, by telling them like that there are those toxic ideas, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. And so I approach it from like the parenting, but I think when it comes to addressing it with other people like peers and other adults, it can get really hard, and you really have to make like very difficult choices about who you surround yourself with, right? And what boundaries you create for yourself, and what boundaries you create for your family. Because I stopped going to family events, or I go very, very rarely, because of how they talk about not just, LGBTQIA familias, but how they talk about Black folks sometimes, how they talk about children, how they talk about each other, like how they, like all of these things that just feel very misaligned, but are the reality, right? And so it's like, I want to communicate that reality to my kids. I also don't want to overexpose them to it, to the point where it becomes absorbed in any way.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
just boundaries. Yeah, thank you for turning your mute off, or turning your mic on, however you say that.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Leslie, and everybody for participating in her talk / panel. And I hope we'll hear from you. I'll be looking out for you, following you, and hopefully I hope that you're working on a parenting book for Latinos. That would be awesome.
I am. I just finished my proposal. It's called Chancla. It's just called Chancla, and it's reclaiming our, I forget right now because it's not in front of me, but it's like reclaiming our familias, cultura, and communities, or a parenting and reparenting guide to reclaiming our communities, familias, and cultura, something like that. So it's hopefully going to go out to publishers in September. Please send me good juju, good vibes. Like, I need all of the prayers, light your candles, that a publisher will want it, and then I can get started on writing it in this next year. But the proposal took me like 15 months because I have 3 kids. So I'm like, they need to also realize I'm a mom, and it might take a minute. Yes, it's gonna be, I'm really excited to write it. So I'm hoping that like being excited to write it will translate into people being excited to read it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you're welcome back to any of our meetups or anything online anytime. And everybody, please follow Leslie, look up her events. It'll just help our community, all of us become better parents. And that's why these talks were chosen. Latinx Therapy, Leslie, and my friend, the professor. So it's all a circle. So thank you so much. And then we're gonna,
thank you, Sela.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our next speaker, and Kim is going to introduce her. So Kim, I give you the floor. I think you're here because I saw you not too long ago.
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you for passing the floor. I'm Kimberly Martinez Claros. I have 4 children and we live in Metro Atlanta. I've homeschooled since February 2018, when my oldest was halfway through 7th grade and she became ill and it was obvious she couldn't go back to school. Thankfully, we've come a long way since then because we started completely clueless. And throughout the years, slowly everyone else, the other 3 kids, joined our homeschool, and slowly it seems everyone is kind of also going their own way because we leave it as a very autonomous decision whether you want to be in public school or you want to be in homeschool. So this coming year, I will have 2 sophomores at the public school, just because one's an athlete and the other one needs more social interaction than I've been able to give her in our area. And I will have a senior who is the one that started as a 7th grader, and I will have an 8th grader. So I'm very excited about this year because hopefully it'll be a little easier on me with only 2 instead of 4. But I am here to present Alyssa Catlin. She actually grew up first in Los Angeles and then in Idaho. And she began playing classical guitar at the age of 8 after telling her mother when she was only 4 years old that she was going to be a musician for the rest of her life. Except for a brief semester in public school, she was homeschooled and a self-directed learner. Beginning at the age of 16, Alyssa began to attend Boise State University for music classes while also working towards officially graduating high school. And in 2005, she moved to Missouri to attend Webster University, where she became the first college graduate in her family. So congratulations, Alyssa. When she graduated with a degree in classical guitar performance. She became an instructor in the Child Bloom Guitar Program in 2006, where she continues to love teaching children and continues to play classical guitar. Alyssa is blessed to live with her supportive and fellow musician husband, Chris, their daughters, Harmony and Ada Zane, and extended family in St. Peters, Missouri, and has continued to perform various genres of music throughout the Midwest. Alyssa is proud to be a second-generation homeschooler, currently with a fourth grader and a preschooler, and has also taught art and music classes at a homeschool co-op for 5 years. Many of you might remember that she also gave a performance for us last year during our conference. So without further ado, here is Alyssa.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Kim. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So today I'll be talking about elements of a healthy co-op. I know that there are a lot of people all over the US right now, and because of us being all scattered, I've not yet heard of just a specific Latino co-op that is like a huge co-op. I've heard of little groups. I know the Chicago group is doing really well. That's the best one I've heard of. But one of the biggest things that I hear a cry for across the United States is we really need more diverse communities so that our children grow up with people of other cultures. They grow up hearing people speak other languages. They grow up people sharing what their cultures have. And I think there's only one other homeschooling family I've met in our entire St. Louis area that homeschools and is also Latino. So there's a start there, but it's kind of tough to find sometimes. So I'm going to give a presentation. Let me pull this up here. I'll start the slideshow. Can everyone see the slideshow? This is my first time trying to do a slideshow on Zoom.
Not yet. Have you?
Okay, then let me figure out how to share a screen. There we go. Thank you, Giselle. I'm trying to figure out how to do the share screen. All right. Take me just a second, folks. This is where I have to figure out how to do this. Sorry, folks.
No, it's okay. Do you see the green arrow pointing
Give
up?
her a lot of foods.
Sorry, say that again.
Do you see the green arrow pointing up?
Yes, there it is. Okay.
Yes.
Aha. Now can you see it?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the help. I appreciate it. Okay. So it should say elements of a healthy co-op. So before starting or joining a co-op, everyone needs to ask the question, what do you envision for your family's homeschooling journey? And that was the question that I asked myself when I had a kindergartner, and I realized that I wanted more for her than just being at home. So then I had to ask myself questions, and I'm going to share all of these slides. And at the end, if anyone would like a transcription of these slides, I've created a document that will basically just give it all to you in a Word document. So if you're trying to take notes, don't worry about it. You can request me to send you every single one of these. And so that's just going to be available for people. So when you're thinking about your own homeschooling journey, what are your family's priorities for learning or for academics? Are there areas you would like to expand with a more advanced class or a group setting? Are there subjects that you struggle to teach or you aren't sure where to start? I'll talk a lot about my own personal homeschooling journey. For me, I knew right off the bat, I never wanted to teach science ever. That was not my subject growing up. I have never cared for it, even though I know it is very important. So I knew right away I needed to find a science teacher. Are there subjects your child might like to learn with another teacher? Are there subjects you feel like your child would learn better if they had other children in a class with them? Peer encouragement is what I like to call it, rather than peer pressure. A very popular class in the St. Louis area is PE, A lot of children love to take different kinds of just PE classes where they get to do all sorts of fun games and physical education things that they would normally not just get if they were just doing something in their backyard or with a few kids at a park, but it's a little bit more structured and with a lot of children. So what are your priorities for joining or starting a co-op? I'll approach it from both if you want to join one or if you are thinking of starting your own co-op. Do you want it to be secular or do you want it to be religious? There are a lot of religious co-ops. There's a Jewish co-op in St. Louis. There is a Catholic one. I think there's multiple Catholic ones. And there are a lot of Christian, Protestant co-ops. So there are a few secular ones that are gaining a lot more ground. But in general, what I've found from a lot of different people that I've spoken to is that there are more religious co-ops. But if you want to start one, be very clear right up front who you're inviting to join. And if it is secular, if you're welcoming people of all faiths, or if it's very specifically kept secular with no religion. Are there many class options, or is there going to be one specific subject offered? One of the co-ops that we're part of is a nature group co-op, and the point is just to be outdoors. So it's only about nature study. And then we're part of another co-op, the Memorial Homeschool Co-op, and that does art, history, and science. Is this going to be a relaxed learning environment, or are you going to focus on rigorous academics? The classical method of homeschooling is very rigorous. This is the style where you would do a lot of memorization. You would often learn Latin. And there's a lot of just very rigorous things that happen with it. So you have to decide really before you start one or go into one, how much are you willing to invest your time and energy and as a family into this co-op? I saw a question asking how many co-ops I'm part of. The one that I do art, history, and science with, that's called Memorial Homeschool Co-ops. That's one. I'm part of a nature exploration group. That's two. And then there's an offshoot of the main one, which we just have been learning Spanish with, but that's just one other family, potentially two this next year. All right. So do we want to stay local, or are you willing to drive? If you live out in the middle of nowhere, you might have to drive a little further, or you might have to make your hub of your co-op a little more centralized in a town to make it available for other people. Price is a huge aspect. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Are you going to have it be a drop-off, or are all parents intended to be involved? That's another big subject of discussion. Some parents absolutely want, I just want to drop my child off. I don't want to stay and teach. Or some parents say, no, I absolutely do not want to drop my child off. I want to be involved. I want to teach. So point number one on elements of a healthy co-op. A healthy co-op is a safe place for its members. This to me is the most important point. Whether secular or religious, a co-op's expectations should be clearly outlined for members right up front. Are members going to be asked to sign an agreement or a contract regarding beliefs, behavior, faith, or worldview? Even if you intend to join or to start your own secular co-op and you don't want to have any kind of faith or belief statement, I really do strongly encourage you to sign a behavior and like a financial contract with all members. And we'll talk more about that later as well. But a lot of co-ops will have a statement of their values at the very least. And that's really helpful for everyone to be on board about what they really want the co-op to be about. Are members asked to sign a statement showing that they understand and agree with the co-op policies and rules? Is there an easily accessible place for members to see what the leadership says the co-op should be about, like a document, or a website? So this is really, really handy to have a website or a Google Doc that you can share with people. Is the leadership approachable if a member has a worry or a complaint to make? And this goes into, are you going to have just one leader? For a small co-op, maybe you just need one leader. Maybe it's one class, one teacher. If it's a larger co-op, is there a leadership team? Personally, I'm part of a leadership team. I've been part of the leadership team for 2 out of the 5 years that we've been part of the Memorial Homeschool Co-op. And there are 4 other people besides me who are on the leadership team. So we meet and we decide on things together, which is really helpful. Do children feel safe in class and give good feedback about their teachers? This is really important for me as well, because I've heard a lot of horror stories from other second generation homeschoolers saying that the co-ops they grew up in the 90s and the early 2000s were not safe places. Stories of teachers being abusive in class, teachers being rude to students, teachers not respecting children. So it's really important for children to feel safe and really enjoy their co-op experience. Are allergies, disabilities, health concerns, and accessibility accommodated in a positive, manageable way? This all depends on the situation that you're in. If you're outdoors or if you are indoors in a space, is it wheelchair accessible? Is that even possible for the space that you have? Sometimes it is, sometimes it may not be. In our co-op, my daughter has a peanut allergy and there's one other child who has a nut allergy. So our entire co-op, we made our everything, every field trip, every class, every meetup, peanut and nut free. So that has been very, very important to me and made me feel a lot safer. All right, after every healthy element, I'm going to give some pro tips. And these are just ones that after the last 5 years in a co-op and after being in a co-op for 10 out of my own homeschooling years, being homeschooled, these are the things that I strongly recommend just from experience. And all of these are most likely from bad experiences I've had, which is why I wanted to give pro tips. Ensure at least 2 adults per class for safety purposes, a teacher and an assistant with clearly outlined responsibilities for each. Require background checks for all adults. These 2 things, I say it may seem like a hassle, but if you create a safe environment for your children right up front, then that will really, really help for the future. Especially the 2 adults situation. There have been so many times where I've been like, thank goodness I have another adult in this class so they can see that, that I am not responding to this child in a negative way. So when the child says, my teacher didn't like me, the other adult says, no, the child was being very disruptive. And then I had to take them aside and talk with them. So things like that could be a he said, she said, when there are 2 adults in the class that can help. It's much easier to create a safe environment for adults and for the children. A healthy co-op has a location that meets its members' needs. The facility should be a place that is centrally located for most of its members. Whether you have a few students or many, you need to provide whatever outdoor or indoor adequate classroom space there needs to be. If you can't find the ideal location, write a list of what you really feel like you need. Prioritize your highest needs. What options are there to rent? Usually it's rental space. Churches, even if you want to be a secular group, are usually very accommodating, is what I've found. So that's been really great. Sometimes libraries or community centers or Lions clubs will be willing to give you a room. It's very rare you'll find a free place. Be prepared up front to rent. Will you need to have a nursery or play areas for little children? This has been a very important point for our co-op. Are there off-limit places in the space you're renting? Wherever we've been in various churches, there's always been well, don't go down here in this hallway, or let's not play in the sanctuary, or you know what, these are the offices of this location, let's not go there. So it's really important to respect the space. Is there room for all children to run around and have fun together before and after class? If you want to create a community, you need to have space to play. That's just one of the non-negotiables for our co-op, is the kids have to have fun together. Will you need a kitchen, a sink, or a designated cleanup area for anything going on, whether it's a kitchen for cooking? Any art projects usually have materials that will need a special sink so that you don't pour paint or glue or other things down a drain, because that can cause blockages. Ask me how I know. So really make sure that you have all the different areas that you need. How much will you need to pay for rent? We'll talk more about that later. Will you need to tidy or clean up your co-op spaces every time? Or is there a place where you could store things? Could you have a closet space that you always have? Or do you have to cart everything in and out? Much easier to have closet space. If your group meets outdoors, always have a backup plan. Even if you're an outdoor group, we've had that. Sometimes it's thunderstorming. If it's just raining and you have like a pavilion, that's fine. But if it's thunderstorming or it's -5 degrees outside, there's only so much you can do. So it's always good for a backup plan. This is a very important thing. Using your own house to meet in is risky because of these points that I'm going to list. Strangers would have your address and access to your home unless it's very small and only your friends. If you're sick, the co-op has to come with an alternate plan. It can be difficult to have a set time limit for people, because if your class is from 11 to noon and then you're ready for people to leave so you can have lunch, it's hard to kick people out of your own home. You risk personal property damage. This has happened before to people, so that's just a part of it. Parking may be an issue if your neighbors object. And there are different zoning or town laws for having educational classes in your home, even if you're not personally getting paid. So you always need to check into the zoning within your particular neighborhood if you want to hold permanent or continuous classes in your neighborhood. A healthy co-op has appropriate fees for its members. A co-op may be more or less expensive to run depending on the class offerings, supply needs, teacher effort, space to rent, other factors. No teacher from any co-op I've met gets paid enough to make ends meet. There's just no way to do that unless you're literally teaching all day. And so since most co-ops are not doing that, you can't really do that. But you do need to make teachers feel like they are being well respected with what they are paid, if they are being paid, or if everyone's just volunteering. Make sure you don't need to use your own money to purchase all the materials for the group as much as possible. Everything should be documented and kept very securely so that it's more of a publicly accessible thing for any of the leadership team or someone to say, hey, did I pay you? Or did we end up paying the bill for the rent? Transparency is really helpful. Are the costs clearly outlined for members at the beginning of the co-op with no sudden expenses as a surprise during the year? That's the worst thing, to be like, okay, well, you've already paid your tuition fee, you've paid your materials fee, you've paid your field trip fee. Well, now in the middle of the year, 3 months in, all of a sudden, no, we actually need you to pay more. That's very difficult for some families to deal with. And so we try to keep that not something that happens. Are the fees appropriate for all costs of the co-op and affordable for most families? Can you operate on a sliding scale for families who may not be able to afford it? Can you offer scholarships? Are there discounts for siblings? There are ways to make it more affordable. Will you have a separate bank account for the co-op? Some co-ops do if they're larger, some do not. Does your co-op need renter's insurance? If you're renting a place, you'll probably likely sign a policy agreement with them. And most places won't necessarily make you sign your own insurance, but double check with them what their insurance policy is, because that can be a source of contention. Have families pay upfront for their tuition, no matter if it's per quarter, per class, per semester, per year. That way all the costs are covered. Families may end up having to drop out, but that isn't fair to the families who remain, that they then have to suddenly cover costs when they were already not planning on having that done. So just having everyone pay upfront is really, really helpful. Have a clear timeline for when tuition is due, when the teachers will be paid, when any bills need to be happening, all of that. Just having a timeline that everybody knows about takes all of the confusion away. A healthy co-op has great ways for the members to connect and communicate. A co-op is much more than just a class where children come to learn. It's a place to build a community that supports each other, to connect with other homeschooling families and find friendships. Having a good forum for members to communicate in is really important. As all of us who are part of the Latinos Homeschooling group on Facebook know, having that group is just wonderful, being able to connect there. So would you have a Facebook group for your co-op? Could you use Discord? Would you use email systems? Our co-op uses Slack, which is like a messaging platform. So on the Slack webpage, there are many different channels. And so we have a channel for field trips. We have a channel for each class, the kindergarten class, the second grade class. We have a channel for lost and found. So, and then when you click on it, then you can see all of the chats that happen in it, and everyone can access what they need, and you can see everything. I've listed some other options there as well. Are there other in-person meetups aside from classes? I listed a bunch of options. It's been such a great thing for our co-op to establish all of these different events, and it's so fun to get to know people outside of just a formal learning environment. Can families stay after class to play or have lunch together? This is the way we've had some of our best times together, is just we have class in the morning and then we pack our lunch and we stay. Make sure there's a fast way to contact everyone in case of an emergency or last minute calendar changes by creating a member directory. This is where our Slack channel comes in. We have like a general emergency channel. Like if you see an announcement there and it pops up on your phone, you instantly check it and make sure like, oh, like this teacher's sick. Can someone fill in? Or there's been flooding in the basement. We can't meet down there today. Something like that. Don't neglect adult bonding when forming a homeschool community. We need time to have conversations and fun without our lovely, delightful children around. We love them very much. And most of our times, even outside of co-op classes, get-togethers are with our kids and they have fun too. But we have some mom nights where in nice weather, we have a bonfire outside, or not during COVID. We used to get together like at a restaurant and like have ice cream or just get together and have a fun time drinking tea in the morning. So COVID really put a damper on that, but having the community is just as important as having the class where you get to learn and your children get to learn. A healthy co-op has a well-planned schedule. All class dates and times should be available far in advance, along with any other co-op related activities. So where can families see the schedule? Online is really good. Some people like a printout. We usually do both. You can see it online at any point, but at the beginning of the year, we usually give a handout. Are classes an appropriate length for the learner's maturity levels? How often does the co-op meet? Weekly, every other week, monthly? Once again, if you're starting a co-op, that's something you really need to consider what you need right before you do it. Will you follow a typical school year calendar? What kind of holidays are you going to observe? If there are multiple classes back to back or classes are long, are there good breaks scheduled? Our classes at Memorial Co-op are definitely shorter for the younger kids and their breaks are longer. So by the time they get to middle school, they're able to have an hour and 15 minutes long of a class and they're working hard. But then of course we offer breaks to make sure they've got time to relax and eat. Are class topics and subjects on the schedule in advance so that families can see what their children will be learning ahead of time? Are teachers given plenty of time to prepare their materials for upcoming classes? Don't spring surprises on teachers. Is there a beginning of the year gathering to kick off co-op? Other options are science fairs, expos, student performances, showcases. There are lots of fun things to do for co-ops. Parents can often incorporate the co-op concepts or lessons into their other homeschooling subjects. So having a schedule of what will be taught in each subject, or in each class, that they can see ahead of time will help facilitate that. That's been really helpful for our co-op in science, is I can see ahead of time the art too, the science and art subjects. So I'll know, okay, well, if we're going to be studying this artist, I'll go to our local library and see what books I might be able to check out on that artist. Or if I know that this science topic is coming up, I'll see if I can maybe do something in our lesson time at home with what is going to be happening too. Parents may want assistance in understanding developmental levels for children's learning, since homeschooling can span elementary through high school ages. So having good outlined class directives to show teachers what is going to be happening during the class, especially if a family is new coming into an already established co-op, can be really helpful. A healthy co-op clearly outlines expectations. Who is in the leadership? There are so many options for this. And like I said earlier, if it's a small co-op, maybe you just have one leader. Maybe you have two leaders. Maybe each class has a leader. Maybe it's a leadership team, just like at my homeschool co-op. I list some examples. Most of the parents in our co-op, even if they're not on the leadership quote team, they do have one of these roles. So we have lots of roles that people are able to take that spreads the work out. And that has really helped not make any one person feel like they are overbooked or just burdened with doing too much for the co-op. How are students divided into classes? By grade, age, maturity level? Is it all ages? So there's lots of different ways to do it. Do parents understand what they are expected to do for their children? If it's a drop-off co-op, or if maybe there are people at the co-op teaching different classes, but your child's in another class, then maybe their parents don't know. So make sure it's very clear that parents understand what they need to do. Do teachers feel confident in what they'll be teaching? Here are more questions. I won't read every single one just in the interest of time, but There are lots of questions for teachers like, can I take my baby with me? Am I going to have to pay for all my materials? What can I do if a child interrupts me and seems very disruptive in class? What should I do? So having all of those ground rules laid out and giving them a structure to work off of is good. Do assistants or parents with other responsibilities clearly know what their expectations are? Whether this is a before co-op happens, like setup, or an after co-op, like one of my roles last year for our co-op was lost and found organizer. So after co-op, because I was one of the last families to leave, I walked around every single classroom space and every single outdoor space everywhere. And I picked up all of the lost items that children and adults had just left. I threw away trash. We didn't have a lot of that, but there were a lot of lost items, and I would put them into our lost and found bin. I would take pictures of them and post them on our Slack channel and say, okay, folks, here's what I found this week. Next week, pick up your stuff from the lost and found bin. And that helped the church we were renting space from, because then they didn't have to find our stuff everywhere, and it helped all the families as well. Do students understand what to do in class, what their at-home work will be, and what classroom behavior is expected? Are there going to be grades? For our middle school class, for science, there are grades. So the teachers have a lot more work and the students have a lot more work. But for all of our other classes, we don't have grades. It's mostly for younger classes, there's homework, but it's not necessarily expected. By the time they get to late elementary school grade-ish, then we expect them to do the homework, but it's very much well, if you do the homework, you'll really understand and be able to engage in class. If you don't, it's not like we're going to shame you, but you're not really going to have as good of an experience in class because you're going to be a little bit lost. Are families in agreement about disciplinary actions that may be needed? Who is the ultimate enforcer of co-op rules, especially if a rule is being broken, someone is hurt, or a dangerous situation occurs? This is really good to talk about before a problematic situation occurs, because they will at some point. And so knowing what to do when that happens is really good to have up front. The rules and expectations should be given in written form and verbally stated before co-op officially begins, and that helps set the tone and establish boundaries for everybody. Once again, as I said before, having an enrollment form which shares at least your values, rules, expectations, and goals that parents are able to sign really helps everyone to be in agreement and prevent future conflicts. So a parent saying, well, I didn't know that I needed to do X, Y, Z. Well, it was in our co-op values and our statement that you signed when you joined up. So please do this. So we're getting to the end now. Here are some questions in general about classes. For whatever subject you end up wanting to teach, what options for curriculum are there? This is something that you could crowdsource. You could ask other people. Will teachers need to create their own curriculum? At our co-op, our science curriculum is not available anywhere else because it was created about 8 years ago by 4 teachers at the co-op who they all had science degrees. They all worked in their fields, and they all created a 4-year science curriculum. And I've never seen anything else like it. But our art classes change every single semester, and I've written my curriculum for every single art class I've taught, and it's been very hard and also very fun. And so I know that our students are getting art classes that no other class is ever going to experience. Our class size is kept at a certain number that feels right for the location, teacher, and subject. Maybe you're in a space where you could teach 20 children at once. Maybe you really only feel like you could teach 10. It's good to establish that. Will there be homework during the week? Will there be other projects for students to do? What technology is available for teachers to use in class? In our science class, teachers like having a projector. Teachers like having internet access. Teachers sometimes bring their own laptops. Our internet access in the building is very, very spotty, unfortunately. So that's been a really difficult thing for us to work with this year. But having internet access is really great. What other materials may be needed besides just a curriculum program? Science and art generally need a lot. Having just art materials available is so valuable, but they are expensive. We've had to invest a few times as a co-op with our general funds in some pretty heavy art materials, like just even markers, getting quality markers. I never realized how expensive they were until I tried to buy some really nice ones. The other subjects may not need as many materials, but if you teach a class with kids, the more fun things you can use, the better the class is. If your teachers are teaching a class and they need to change a lesson or they want to change something, do they need to ask a leader, or can they just change it if they feel like it's best? Will there be other events or field trips that coordinate with the subjects of the class? Our co-op has, I think we have 2 field trips every semester. No, sorry, 3 field trips every semester. So 6 total year round. And they coordinate with either our art class or our science class. And we try to make them pretty equal between science and art. So it's really fun to have these coordinate. And sometimes they're associated with both our art and our science. Last year, we studied geology for one of our semesters. And we went to a stonecutters studio. And so we got to talk with a stonecutter about their art and see how they actually created statues. But then we also got to talk to them about geology. So that was an amazing fusion of both art and science, and that's been something super cool that we've been able to do quite a bit. Now, here are things that other people have taught me that I could not have told you any of this on my own. So this is all from other people. Make sure that part of your goal is to have fun. Make sure the kids know that too. We have basically 5 rules for our co-op that we always tell the kids at the beginning of every single semester. And the 5, can't remember all the 5 rules, but like one of the rules is like, raise your hand when you want us to call on you, because we try to teach that so it's not absolute chaos. Don't touch the materials until we ask you to touch them. We've had a few science experiments ruined because kids rushed over and tried to grab it. So things like that. But then our number 5 rule that we always tell kids is, one of your rules is have fun, that we prioritize that. Using food as part of your lesson is a sure way to help whatever you're teaching really stick. I would not have thought that, but so many food things happened at co-op that really my child will never forget. I have one of my daughters is in 4th grade. And this past year, there were so many food related things. She, in science, did an experiment where they melted starbursts at different temperatures and in geology. And she will never forget burnt starburst smell, she told me. In history, they used Rice Krispies and different like frosting and marshmallow whip to create a Roman road, how they used to do it in different layers. And so she knows how to create a Roman road based off of Rice Krispie treats and sweet things. When we did in art, we were studying the alebrijes that different Mexican people have made. And so when at the end of our alebrijes class, I brought in a Mexican hot chocolate, and I actually had the kids help me make it in class. And they were like, I've never tried Mexican hot chocolate. This is so amazing. And we used the monio to spin the hot chocolate. And it was so fun. They said that they will never forget. Children mature and grow at different rates. There is no one right way. That is just a homeschooling gem in general that has been really reassuring to me over and over. If a student is frustrated or angry, don't take it personally. I have to tell myself this over and over when I teach classes. A child could just be having a bad day. A child could be hungry. A child could have had a bad interaction with another student and be angry at everybody. It's not personal to you. So never take it personally. Hands-on elements that you can bring to your lessons are key to comprehension. Less talking, more doing. For children, they need to be doing things. They want to do, not hear someone talk at them. I love to talk. So it's not a problem for me to stand up in front of a class and lecture for an hour, but unfortunately, children often don't learn if someone just lectures at them. If someone doesn't like the way your group operates, listen to their critique, but ultimately the core leadership of the group must decide what the vision of the co-op needs to be. This is where having a good core, whether it's 1 leader or 2 leaders or a group of friends, you really need to understand what your vision is for your co-op so that you can maybe change things if you feel like they need to be changed. Our co-op over the past 5 years has changed, and I feel like it's changed in some really great ways. So my final thoughts. The goal of a co-op is to support the homeschooling family so that each person, no matter what their role is, should feel like they are a welcome, valued member of their community. Whether they're on the leadership team or they're a parent that drops their child off, they should be made to feel like they're welcome, they're important. And also never underestimate the power of connection with others, because you can create some of the best friendships you'll ever have. My mom is still friends with many of the homeschooling co-op friends that she had back in Idaho when I was growing up, when the friends that she made when I was 8 years old and she was homeschooling alongside these other moms, she's still friends with them. She went back to Idaho last year to visit some of her friends, and she went on a week-long camping trip with them, and she had a wonderful time. So yes, that is my presentation. And I would love to answer any questions if someone has a question.
Please ask. Thank you, Alyssa, for that talk. And yes, even the friendships that are made here, we still owe ourselves a Latina homeschool retreat type of thing.
Yes.
Somewhere. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions for Alyssa?
Let's see.
You want to read the comment?
Yeah. Looking to join a local co-op, and they're asking what type of classes or skills. What are general skills I could offer? When I first started going to this homeschool co-op, I thought that I could not offer anything because I'm a music teacher. I'm a musician. And I thought I could offer this. And they said, oh no, our co-op only does science, art, and history. And I was like, well, I don't really know much about history. I am not a visual artist and I hate science. So this is going to be great. So I would encourage you to look outside the box. I went, well, I guess out of all of those, I'll look into teaching art. And I had to expand what I knew. I had to study and learn. And I mean, luckily with art, I got to choose who I taught. So I found Latino artists. I found Black artists. I found art that stepped outside of the typical Western civilization, Eurocentric artists that I could bring in. And everyone in the co-op was like, we've never heard of this before. And I was like, well, neither have I, but I did a lot of research. So I learned in that process. So even if you feel like you are not sure, if you're joining a co-op, look at what the co-op offers and think, could I step outside my comfort zone and maybe learn to teach this with research and working towards that? Or if there's something you feel like you could offer, like check out what you do. Do you cook? Do you like to garden? Do you like to sew? Do you like to knit? Do you do any kind of handicraft? Do you love nature? Just look at what you love in general and see what you could share. Let's see. Trying to scroll here, I'm sorry. Anybody can start a co-op. Someone asked, can anyone start a co-op? Yes, anybody could. If you don't see a co-op that meets what you're looking for, by all means. And like I said at the beginning, I am very willing to send anybody the document that I created that has every single note that I had in my presentation, all the questions, all the points. I can send that to anyone who would like to look at that if they're interested in starting their own co-op. I don't think it's necessarily better to start by attending one. I don't think it's either or. I think it's what do you feel is best for your family. Let me see what the next question is. How can we encourage more Latino families to join a co-op? I think that we have to find them. Finding them first is so important. And the other Latino family in St. Louis that I found, I don't know I think their children were older and they didn't feel like our co-op really worked for what they were looking for because it had history, science, and art. And I don't think that's kind of what they wanted. So that's a tough question. It depends on what families in your area want, I guess. Let's see. So incorporating music classes into our co-op, I actually did end up doing that. I taught the art of the orchestra. And then we looked at art that portrayed musicians and orchestras. And I taught the children, Teachers Pay Teachers is a great website. I found a super cool handout where children can cut out the instruments of the orchestra, color them, and then glue them onto a poster. We made puppets for the Peter and the Wolf Symphony. and we listened to the symphony, and we had them recreate the whole thing with puppets. So I have learned how to incorporate music, and it's been so beautiful. I never knew that I could incorporate music and art so deeply, and it has worked. So I've learned to put what I feel like I am strong in into what I teach.
I wrote down, excuse me, I wrote down the email that was just posted, so I will send it to you.
Thank you.
And then if you want me to share any material, we can email everybody that registered.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for writing those down, Gisela.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alyssa. I mean, the Chicago group here isn't a co-op. I just want to let everybody know. We just basically have been meeting up. Brittany, who spoke earlier, I don't know if you're still here, Brittany. She's been doing a great job. She's an unschooling mom, and she's going to be leading a panel tomorrow about unschooling. And she's been having consistent meetups where she lives. And Chicago is so big that Brittany lives an hour from me. So I mean, and up north where she's at, Huntley, it's consistent and that's good. And she just started posting it up there. And I think she met one family there, and then they just decided to continue to go. Is that right, Brittany? She might not hear me. But anyway, thank you, Alyssa, so much for and does anybody have any other questions they want to, instead of typing, ask her before we conclude?
I also wrote my email address in the chat, and feel free to friend me on Facebook. You can message me there. You can email me. I've loved being part of a co-op. I'm happy to answer any questions. Our co-op has a really detailed document of everything that we have done. And I can't share every single bit because it's not all mine, but if you have questions, like specifically, like what do you tell teachers, or like, what are your nursery rules? Like very specific questions like that, I'm happy to share.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, and I shared your Instagram. So, I mean,
oh, thank you.
We're gonna do a live Instagram one day because Alyssa has a lot of good book recommendations. So for, elementary school age kids. Okay, and then we're gonna conclude, and I am going to welcome Karim to just say a few words before we leave. We conclude tonight, but tomorrow we're gonna start at the same time. There'll be other great talks and giveaways, so please join us tomorrow. And same time. I know it's 4 hours. It kind of went by fast today. That's how I felt it. But yeah, Karim, I will leave you I'll give you the floor. Thank you.
What I'm supposed to say?
Tell us about you, where you're from. And you just had you've homeschooled your children all your life pretty much.
Yes.
Right? I kind of want everybody to know everybody geographically where we live. So.
Okay, got it. Hola, ¿cómo están? I'm from Guatemala. Husband is from Bolivia. We arrived to this country almost 30 years ago. But I am the person that we actually started homeschooling. We decided to homeschool our kids 5 years before having them because we wanted our kids to be raised bilingual, and we were not able to find diversity in our community. And we knew that our kids were going to have a solid education and a view of life that we didn't see public schools were able to offer them. Now, I was a public school teacher for 16 years. I was an IB and an immersion teacher. So it was a lot of fun because before all these different rules that came and started flowing about why you can teach and not can teach, I basically teach whatever I want in my classes. And I thought about immigration and history, and I was very passionate about teaching Spanish. And not only, I think I had a hard time only seeing that Americans wanted to learn the fun about Spanish, but not the issues. And I was like, no, you cannot have it one way. If you love the Hispanic culture, you have to also love the issues. And that was part of what I used to love doing and when I was in public school. But then I switched to serving homeschoolers. And I realized that homeschoolers needed me more when it comes to helping parents educate bilingual children. So now I have my own Spanish program. But along
along the way, we homeschool my kids. We graduated two. My first one is in Pittsburgh University. She's studying engineering and she got amazing scholarships. And I know that some of the reasons she got scholarships is because she was bringing diversity to the university and the program. So I want to encourage you parents that there are so many opportunities. If your child needs to decide they want to go the college route, I think universities are looking for diversity and they want to encourage Latinos to attend their schools. So look for those scholarships. And then I already graduated my second one. He's going to American University to study finances. And again, we're very thankful that my kids are finding those places where they can, there is diversity and diversity is embraced, because that has always been very important for us. And then I have my middle schooler, and I don't know what she is. Like, she's unschooling. I don't know what it is. So, but every year we say, okay, let's try to figure it out how to raise her and educate her the best we can. So I am super happy that I found this community because I think that when you find your community, it's like you can relate to your sisters and brothers, and you can say, yes, you're right. And it has been very interesting for me, because the majority of what I learned about homeschooling, I learned it from different places, but I think this is my second year where I attend a Latino conference where I am like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. It's like I am learning so much with you all. And this is why I told Gisela and everybody, it's like, I want to be here. I want to be a mom like everybody else. I want to learn, because I'm learning so much new stuff through you ladies. So thank you so much for creating this safe space for us, and where we can come together and learn from each other. So that's it. Hasta aquí.
Thank you, Karim. Thank you. And you say about learning from us, I feel like I need to learn. I learn from you. I guess we all see each other. We're always praising each other, right? What we're doing. But yeah, thank you for those words. And this is the end. If anybody has anything to add or anything to say, please do so the same time tomorrow. So any questions? No? That's good. I know it's the end of the day. We're kind of tired, right? Okay. Okay. Somebody just thank you for organizing this. Thank you. Thanks everybody for the feedback. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gisela. This was excellent. I knew I needed to be here, even though I came a little late, but
thank you
great
for
work.
all your words and contributing.
Great work.
Yeah. Great work to all of you guys. So I'll see you all tomorrow. If not, the recording will be available as well. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening with your families. Thank you.
Gisela, I put my email in the chat. I don't know if you saw it or if you want me to put it again. So I want to make sure you include me in the emails.
Is it E. Diaz?
Yeah, Evelyn Aki. My name is Evelyn Aquino. So it's Evelyn Aki.
Okay.
Evelyn Aki 3.
I have to look it up. Can you direct message me that right now?
Sure.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. Gracias.
Yeah. You're welcome. Please. Bye, everyone. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I will, make a note of it. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Have a
See you
good
tomorrow.
evening.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.